Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, everybody.
Welcome to the Joint Community Advisory Group, Equity Advisory Group orientation. It's a Saturday. We appreciate everyone's time with us. We're going to do some logistics before we get started. So I'd like to make sure that everyone can mute and unmute. So let's all unmute and we're going to say hi, and then we're going to mute again. So let's try that. So let's unmute and say hi.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi.
Hey.
Right.
Good morning.
Hi. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Morning.
Hello.
Excellent. Okay. Let's see. We also have some hand raising that's happening here. So let's see. Mark, we have. Is everyone raising their hand because they'd like to speak, or are you raising your hand to try the hand raise function? Okay.
Just functionality.
Just practice. I love it. Excellent. Okay, we're going to be Zoom pros before you know it. Here's what we'd like to go ahead and do is, if you have not already, if you could please go up to the top of your screen, and there are 3 little dots at the top. And if you click on those, drop down, there's an option to rename. And I'm hoping that you can ensure that you have your name. If you are part of the Community Advisory Group, please add the word CAG. If you're part of the Equity Advisory Group, please add EAG. And if you'd like to include your pronouns, feel free to do that as well. And with that, we are live streaming on YouTube. We're so pleased to be with you on this Saturday morning. We appreciate your time with us. And we'll go through kind of our initial logistics to get us started. And then we'll have a welcome by our leadership. So with that, Brett, do you want to go ahead and bring up the slides? Okay, next slide. We have closed captioning available in English and in Spanish, and the ability to see that closed captioning, you can either do it streaming in a separate browser window, or if you go to the next slide, on your Zoom, you should have a little button down on the bottom that says closed caption. Hopefully it's also near where you can raise your hand. Because we have such a large group with us here today, we will really rely on raising hands. So please make sure to be able to see both of those functions. We have the chat enabled. If you have any hiccups or problems, feel free to add something in the chat. We have several co-hosts that are here today. So you can send a direct message to one of the co-hosts, or you can send a message out to everyone. All right, next slide. We are excited to have you here today. We also have the opportunity for our public to be able to see what the program is that we're presenting today, to be able to hear the dialogue. It's important that each of us that are participating can also hear one another. So please mute when you're not speaking. We know that this is all real life. So there's dogs and kids and maybe even grandkids that might be coming in and out of the room. And so in order to really allow those that have the opportunity to speak, please make sure that you are muting when you are not actually speaking. There's a number here for Ray, who will handle all of our technical issues. If for some reason you have somehow maybe internet is unstable, you have to get back on. If you need any help, please go ahead and write down Ray's number so that you can be able to chat with him if there is any problems. We want to make sure that all members have the opportunity to be involved for the entire time that we are meeting today. Next slide. Okay, this is how the public can interact with the Community Advisory Group and the Equity Advisory Group and the IVR team. We have the email addresses here. If there is a a need for any or desire to send any messaging in, then we just ask that you put CAG/EAG public comment. And these are the phone numbers to be able to call us and talk to us live. Next slide. So what we are planning to do today is a little bit of welcome and introductions. We're gonna actually spend some time really centering equity and talking about what that means in this program. We're gonna have lunch. And for those of you that ordered lunch, I just talked to the caterer before I came on to our Zoom meeting, and she is out delivering meals across the region, and we're so proud and thankful of the opportunity for our ability to support a small minority-owned business. And we will put into the chat the name of the business, and hopefully you will have a great lunch. So we'll take some time for lunch, and what we are planning on doing is an opportunity to connect a little bit. So not necessarily a working lunch, but before we go into lunch, so after our equity discussion, we'll put everyone in breakout rooms, and we're gonna mix folks up deliberately. So we wanna make sure that we have members of the EAG and the CAG in different rooms. We hope that you'll go out, be able to grab your lunch, maybe take a quick break, come back in front of your screen, be able to meet some members from the community. Some you may know, some you might not know, and be able to just have a quick conversation. Once we return from lunch, then we will discuss the decision-making model, which is a consensus model. We'll have a small group discussion about the consensus model. We will then be able to go into quite a bit more details around how we see shaping this program. And Chris Regan, our IBR Environmental Program Manager, will spend some time talking about the program, and we're really gonna try and make sure that this is a bit of a conversation. Then we will do a bit of a presentation on our community engagement approach, and we'll do a final small group discussion where we'll want to hear from you in terms of how we reach our community and ways in which we want to try and do that in this critical foundational year of 2021. And then we'll just do a wrap up.
Lisa, really quickly, we had a request. Could you please read the phone numbers and email addresses out loud from the previous slide?
Sure. The phone number for Ray, which I think is the number that everyone wants to make sure that they can have written down, is 253-241-0131. And his email address is Ray, R-A-Y, period, outlaw, O-U-T-L-A-W, at interstatebridge.org. Okay, all right.
It also appears that the program website is back up and running in case anyone was trying to use that as a resource.
Thanks, Katie. Okay, next slide. Okay, so you can go ahead and take the slide down, Brett. Today is really a milestone moment. We are hosting our equity advisory and our community advisory group. And we recognize that in this first week, we've had an equity advisory group, we've had a community advisory group meeting, and now we're meeting together. So we've asked a lot of you in this first week. We also recognize we went fast. We have a lot of information to cover, and we're excited to have more time with you here today. We know some of you think to talk, while others talk to think, and we want to be able to hear your insight, which is why we have enabled the chat. We want to also recognize that when there are a lot of chats that are happening back and forth, it can be distracting to whomever's speaking. So we really hope that you'll add information to the chat. We can use it to be able to have some logistical conversations, but that if you have something meaningful that you want to add, we really want you to raise your hand and have the opportunity to have time so that we can hear your input. We also want to make sure that we're able to hear all of our members. So in both the EAG and in the CAG, we have appointed members that were chosen through a different path than an application. And those appointed members bring not only their own lived experience and perspective, but they also bring the perspective of the organization that they work for and the members that they may serve. Our at-large members went through an application process where they actually went in and typed in their information and said, I would like to be a part of this. Regardless if you are an appointed member or you're an at-large member, your voice matters, and all of those voices are one member, one seat at each of these tables. So we want to make sure that we are balanced and all of the participants have the opportunity to share. We're going to use breakout sessions today and whiteboards called a Jamboard to post feedback as ways to debrief what we've heard. We also think as a major part of our value set, transparency and finding ways, even in a virtual environment, to include our public is important to us. So when we use the whiteboards, we'll have our IBR team members taking notes during each of those breakout sessions. And when we come back together, part of that debrief will be showing that whiteboard and all of the different comments on behalf of that small group. So we have a lot of opportunities for more discussion than you've probably already experienced, given all of the information we're trying to bring you up to speed with. One of the other things that we want to commit to you is that we will have a parking lot of topics to cover at future meetings. There is a lot of information that we have to cover at each of these meetings, especially in these first introductory meetings. Just because there's something that might not be appropriate for this meeting doesn't mean that it's not appropriate for a future meeting. So we'll be keeping track of all of those parking lot topics and make sure that we find a way to let you know when we'll bring it back up again and at which meeting. Some of you have had follow-up questions and we really appreciate it. And I mean this genuinely, when you send us an email and let us know what you're thinking. It helps us to be able to ensure that we're putting together agendas that meet your needs and help the program continue to move forward. Since this is an orientation, we will not be making any decisions. And therefore we will not be inviting any input from the public. We are exploring ways to best hear public comments, and we'll follow up with the advisory groups next week regarding our public comment protocols. We know that a minute just doesn't seem like it's quite enough, and we want to make sure that you have a good understanding of how we'll manage that public comment process. I'm here today with two other co-facilitators. So our Equity Advisory Group facilitator, Dr. Roberta Hunte, she facilitates the EAG. She will also be facilitating this orientation with myself and our third member, which is Johnell Bell. And Johnell serves two different roles. He is both our Chief Equity Officer on the IBR program, as well as my CAG co-facilitator. So you'll see him in both of those roles today. I want to also mention we have a few of our team members that are here to help: Katie Belliconi, Brett Watson, Ray Outlaw, Katie Dye, Jake War, and Alex Prentice. So they will be involved in the work that we're doing. Because we have the chat enabled, feel free to reach out to one of them. They also have on their names IVR program. So we have a big group here today because this is really important. We want to make sure that you have enough resources to get the answers that you need and the technology support. With that, go ahead and bring the slides back up, Brett. I think we've covered kind of some of those logistics that I wanted to make sure that everyone knew a little bit about kind of what to expect today. I want to introduce our IBR leadership team, which includes our program administrator, Greg Johnson, our co-chair, Lynn Valenter, and Ed Washington. And so with that, we can take down the screen, and I'm going to pass it to Greg and have him just provide some introductory remarks. Greg?
Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you for giving us of your time on a Saturday. This is important what we're doing, and you're going to hear me say it over and over again. I've worked on projects all over the country, and one of the things that the project can be physically built well, it can come in under budget on time, but if the community has not been involved, if we don't have input, if it's not done in a fair and equitable manner, that takes away from any success that the physical piece of infrastructure may have, because you'll have bitterness that's left. So what we're trying to do is make sure that we have engaged the community and make sure that the voices that that you represent and that all other voices in the community have a chance to be heard on this program. So once again, I just want to thank you for your time, and this is important, and you will hear me repeat that over and over again. So thank you.
Lynn, did you want to add any welcome comments?
Just briefly, I want to echo the thanks. I work at a university at Washington State University, and I just want to acknowledge that as adult learners, we all learn differently. And so the project team has been very thoughtful about trying to balance the need for information and honor the different ways that we all acquire information with having it be meaningful engagement. Nobody wants to sign on to a Saturday and have 5 hours of being talked to. And so we've really tried hard to balance the acquisition of knowledge to support Seek First to Understand, along with getting meaningful input from the community and both teams. So each of us had an opportunity at the EAG or CAG meetings earlier this week to get to know each other a bit, but I just want to really thank folks from both communities for participating today.
Thanks, Lynn. Mr. Washington, Ed, would you like to give any intro welcome comments?
Yes, good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to see all of you, although I can't see all of you at once. But you know, I just want to thank you again, all of you, so very much for being here and being part of this tremendous project that we're all trying to get done. And, you know, one of the things that came to mind last night, I was reflecting on my community work, and I was thinking about my time as a Metro counselor. And when I was on the Metro Council, they had just redistributed the districts. And so a Metro's district is approximately 2.5 times the size of a state senator's district in Oregon, in Portland, I should say. So I had the area that extended all the way from Northwest Portland, beyond the St. John's Bridge, all the way out to the airport, all of the West Hills, all of downtown, and all of Northeast and all of North Portland. It was a huge district. But, you know, I felt that my responsibility as a counselor was to represent the region, which is Clackamas, Washington, and Multnomah County, and also all of the people in that very, very large district that I had. And so I just say that I'm looking forward to working with all of you, and I hope that all of us will always keep in mind that really the job that we're trying to do is about this entire region, this entire state, and they really are the beneficiaries, all of them. So I just hope that we'll always keep that in mind as we go forward and just do the very best we can to know that, yes, we represent specific organizations, but really we're all here on behalf of the entire state of Oregon and Washington. So that's all I'd like to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ed. I'm going to pass it on to my co-facilitator, Roberta, to lead us through introductions. I do want to just say that if you can turn on your video, I know it's a long day to have your video on, but it's really the closest opportunity we have to try and connect and see each other. That would be great. We recognize you can turn it off if you've got to maybe make take a quick break, but if you can keep it on for as much of the time as possible, we'd love to see you. And with that, Roberta.
Hi, everybody. I'm Roberta, and this is my son, Paris, who's having a meltdown. So what, I think what I would like to do, because I need to pass him off, is, Lisa, can you start introductions? And
I can, absolutely. Yes. Okay. So what we would like to do is be able to have you share your name. We'd like for you to also share whether you are with the CAG or the EAG. And then we'd also like for you to share what your connection to the bridge is. Now, we have a very large group here today, and I would love to hear everyone spend some time really kind of sharing a little bit, but we need to make sure that everyone also has a chance. So I'm hoping that we could each spend just a couple minutes going through your name, CAG or EAG, and just your connection to the bridge. So with that, I am going to put a friend on the line to go first, and I would love for Kevin to please do his intro first and model for us a couple minute intro. Kevin?
Thanks, Lisa. Good morning, everybody. Kevin Perkey. I am the CEO for Workforce Southwest Washington, and I own the community advisory group. And my connection to the bridge, I'm a daily commuter back and forth between Portland and Vancouver, and it's a critical workforce issue for us in Southwest Washington and the region. And I'm happy to be here on a beautiful Saturday morning with all of you. So thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Roberta, do you want to take it from here?
yes, yes. I do have one question for you, Lisa. How do we want to pass, have everyone pick who the next person is, or are we calling the next person?
I think given our time frame, it might be best if we call on folks so that we make sure that we get through every intro, if that works for you. And I can help with that too.
Great, great. So I apologize, Roberta Hunte, she, her third person pronouns, in my basement with my children. And my relationship to the bridge is, it's how my partner gets to work when he leaves the house to go to Bonneville. And it's like, I'm at the corner of Portland, so it's my backyard. And in my other life, I am a professor at Portland State. So I get to be one of the facilitators for the Equity Advisory Group. So I'm very fortunate. I want to pass to Javier Navarro.
Hi, Javier Navarro, and I'm with the CAG. I own a business here on 4th Plain in Vancouver, Washington. And my connection is one, I go back and forth on I-5, 205 to visit clients all the time. And a lot of my clients come to us and we talk about different situations they have as far as going back and forth and doing their work as contractors. I'm part of LULAC, League of United Latin American Citizens. And part of our membership, we definitely know that the I-5 bridge is lifeline to a lot of the community that works in construction. So I'll hopefully be able to bring their voice to the table.
Thank you. How about Bobby Forsch? Can't hear you. Maybe try it with your screen off. Maybe the volume will be better. The connection will be better. Though it's nice to see you.
Can you hear me now?
No, not properly. Maybe introduce in the chat, and I'll read it out.
Roberta, this is Ray. While we're doing this, if anyone's having audio trouble, if you where it says mute in the bottom left corner, you can click that little arrow. You may have the option, or you should have the option to switch to phone audio. That will let you call in if you just want to use a cell phone or a landline to get the audio part working.
Thanks, Ray. That was excellent. I learned something. All right, so how about we come back to Bobby and we'll go with Martha from the Community Advisory Group.
I'm Martha Wiley. I'm in Vancouver and I'm retired. My interest in the bridge is about transit. Transit is how I get around. I don't drive anymore, so I take C-Tran and paratransit, and I also ride TriMet and the MAX when I need to be in Portland. So I'm very interested in making sure transit is incorporated into the bridge design in an effective and cooperative way between all of the transit agencies.
Jake War.
Hi, everybody. Jake War. I am on the IBR program. I'm the equity team specifically and very closely involved in coordinating and managing the EAG. My connection to the bridge is I am with Martha. I would love to see a great transit option across the bridge to be able to get to and from Vancouver when I would like to, because I like Vancouver a lot.
Lily Copenhagen.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lily Copenhagen. I use she, her pronouns, they for inclusion. I am here as a representative of the NAACP of Portland, to which I'm an elected executive committee member at large. So I will be bringing ideas back and forth from our membership there. Personally, I grew up just south of the bridge in communities that have been historically impacted by decisions that were made around the bridge. And I am very interested in being a part of including those communities in the decisions that are happening this time around. I'm very glad to be here. Thank you all.
Thank you. Jimmy Roth Armel.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I've driven commercially for about 25 years, and I currently drive for the Veterans Administration. Things like yesterday, there was an incident on the bridge, and a guy almost missed his appointment. Well, it was for a life or death kind of an appointment. So moving people efficiently is something that, you know, I've seen a different way since I started doing that job. And this is the first time I've ever done anything like this. So I'm actually hoping to learn as much as anything else. You know, I'm pretty open about everything. I'm a big transit guy myself, so that's important to me.
I'm glad you're here. Thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you.
Marcus Mundy.
Thanks, Roberta. My name is Marcus Mundy. I'm at the Coalition of Communities of Color. I'm on the CAG, pronouns he and him. And I see it as an I'm connected to the bridge because I see it as an economic opportunity. I see it as a physical bridge, yes, but also a bridge to economics, to jobs, to contractors, and to equity. And I want all of those things to happen during the process. And then just personally, I use that bridge. My daughter lives in Washington, so I try to visit her quite a bit. So I really need a high functioning, high access bridge. So, thanks very much.
Thank you. Bill Isle.
Well, thank you, Roberta. My name is Bill Isle. I'm the former chairman of the Cowlitz Indian tribe. I led the tribe for 13 years through the development of A at Ridgefield. And so we certainly have a lot on the line with the issues of economic impact in the region, and we want to see a new bridge to protect that, but also to foster redevelopment throughout our community. But also as a tribal member and a tribal leader, everyone also should know I'm a licensed professional engineer with nearly 50 years of practice, but we have a history of working from day one with the original bridge when Doug McDonald was the Secretary of Transportation. I knew him personally, but my brother advised him that, hey, when the original build of the I-5 went through Vancouver, they exposed about 9, they revealed that there was 9 of our ancestors dug up in the construction of that bridge. And so we don't want that to happen going forward with the new project. That did happen up at Port Angeles, and it stopped the project there, a bridge project that was using that graving dock. And that's a bad word for graving dock, because they actually dug up graves and a village to build that bridge. It stopped the project and cost the project about $300 million. And so we don't want to stop this project. We want to be there to make sure from a historical cultural resource protection standpoint that the bridge goes forward but does not disrupt those graves. And there's a lot of unmarked graves nearby on that historic reserve. We know that. So that's a very important element to be aware of. I'm also familiar with the process. I've done Coast Guard permits like this one is required to have. So I'll be able to help out wherever I can, and I'm happy to have everyone here on helping out with this bridge. I want to welcome everyone on behalf of the Cowlitz tribe to our Aboriginal homeland, and thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you very much. Hi, Ton.
Yes. Hello, everybody. My name is Hatan, and I'm with the EAG group. So my connection to the bridge is that I crossed it numerous times, and I think it's very essential for the traveling between Portland and Washington. I also help run a large local Facebook group, and I hope to bring everybody's talks to the table.
Thank you. Michelle Brewer.
Hi, I'm Michelle Brewer. I'm the VP of HR for ZoomInfo, and I'm representing the CREDC. I'm with the Community Advisory Group. And the bridge is important to me, my relationship to the bridge. It's critical for our employees and other businesses' employees and their families to get to and from work. And when I think about the bridge, I'm reminded of when we're recruiting talent from Portland to come to Vancouver, we always say, it's just across the bridge. It's right there, just across the bridge. So I'm always reminded of that every time everyone's saying the bridge. It's so important, and people really like the view from our office of the bridge. So it's just really important to get people to and from work. It's critical.
Thank you. Bill Prowse. I can't hear you just yet.
I thought I was all ready. I'm sorry.
Perfect.
This is Bill Prowse. I'm with the Oregon Association of Minority Entrepreneurs. We actually have an office about a mile from the bridge, so we're right there by the freeway in Hayden Meadows. I am on the CAG, and my interest has been, besides work in the economy in the region, the transportation that bridge handles, especially moving goods and services and helping, I'd say, our small entrepreneurs as well as the large businesses that are members of our organization be successful. I'm a lifelong Portlander, so it's been me going back and forth across that bridge, either with travel, meeting friends. And I do remember back in the day when, Ed might remember this, back in the day when it had toll on that bridge. So I've been here a long time, and I want to see it be successful with what we come up with in the long term.
Thank you. Michael Kelly.
Good morning, Michael Kelly. I am the Transportation Services Manager at the Human Services Council, and I am on the Community Advisory Committee. And my connection to the bridge, aside from traveling through that area. I live on the west side of Vancouver, work on the east side of Vancouver, and have to travel through the area, though not across the bridge. But my connection to it is our organization brokers transportation for clients, and many of them are accessing services in Portland and getting clients across the bridge in a timely manner. It helps them make their appointments and avoid missing any services that they may need. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Gentry.
Good morning, everyone. I have a very physical relationship with this bridge. I am on the community advisory group. I live on the Columbia River, about 200 meters from it. I ride on Jimmy's buses. I take Metro also. I walk that bridge, drive it, and I also ride my bike over it. And so that's my relationship. Thank you.
Thank you. Dina Horton.
Hello, I'm Dina Horton, the Government Relations Director for Pacific Northwest Waterways Association. And we're a nonprofit trade association that represents Columbia River users and multimodal freight interests in Oregon, Washington, and Idaho. Personally, I live in Vancouver, and in non-COVID times, I work at our offices in Portland. And however, I use the 205 bridge to get across, but in terms of the interstate bridge, I use it multiple times a month as my backup bridge to get across to Portland for work when there are accidents and really bad traffic on I-205 multiple times a month. So really looking forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Michael Martin Tellis.
Good morning. Michael Martin Tellis, CAG. I am a member of my neighborhood association as well as the Neighborhood Traffic Safety Alliance in the city of Vancouver. We work with the city of Vancouver on neighborhood traffic impacts and solutions to those sorts of things. I'm also a person who's commuted to downtown Portland from Vancouver for more than 25 years. And I certainly go over the bridge every weekday during non-COVID times and still use it quite often to get to and from areas in the areas in Portland. So very interested in the impacts of that bridge on the growth of Clark County, which we've seen in recent years, and a longtime resident over here. So certainly happy to be a part of it. And thanks for the invitation.
Thank you. Sam Kim.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Sam Kim. I work in Washington County, Hillsborough, but live in Brush Prairie, Washington. I commute during the non-COVID times with my son, who lives in Battleground, but works at Intel. And so we take full advantage of the commuter lane, but that commuter lane is woefully inadequate. I come from Seattle area as well as San Jose area, where there's a huge emphasis on commuter lane, electrical vehicles, and even then it's insufficient. So I would like us to just leap ahead and come out with some innovative solutions that works for everybody across the bridge. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Fernando Martinez.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Fernando Martinez. I'm the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Northwest Mountain Minority Supplier Development Council. We're a 501c3 business and economic development organization. I'm part of the Equity Advisory Group, and thank you for the invitation. Our organization is really focused on the development and growth of ethnic minority businesses. And the connection to this bridge is trying to make sure that there's fairness and equity in how the contracting takes place so that our minority businesses in both Oregon and Washington are adequately represented on the build out of this bridge. That being our focus, it also requires us to be socially responsible to the communities around us. So thank you very much for having me here.
Thank you. Nicotres.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nicotres Perkins. My pronouns are she, her. I am the Assistant Director of Social Equity for the Oregon Department of Transportation, which is how I'm connected to the EAG and my relationship to the bridge in terms of what it means to be working at ODOT while we figure it out.
Thank you. Thank you. Obie Ford.
Good morning. I'm Obi Ford III. My pronouns are he, him, his. I also use collective pronouns of we, us, our. I'm with WSU Vancouver and a member of the EAG. As many of you have said, I too access the bridge as a commuter. And, you know, I also think about this bridge as a system, right? Thinking about the transportation system and its many connections and intersections with other systems as relates to access, healthcare, education, employment, and so many other systems. And so I'm really excited to be with you all today, and good morning to you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Karen Kameroff.
Halito Chimchukma, okay, Sahoshtro Nanta, Karen Kameroff, Sahoshtro Hotantona, Sia Oklahoma Chata, Ohio Yakoke. My name is Karen Kameroff. I am an enrolled citizen of the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma. My given name is Hotantona. It means she who seeks goes along and gets there. And I use the pronouns she, her, and hers. I am on the EAG, and my connection to the bridge is that I live in Clark County along the I-5 corridor. I also work in Clark County for the Cowlitz tribe. So Bill used to be my former big boss. And I also work over at Randall Children's Hospital on call. So I use the bridge to commute for that, and have always lived here, and have very big interest in equity and making sure everybody's voices are heard, and making those decisions for this bridge. Thank you.
Thank you. Robin Richardson.
Good morning. I'm Robin Richardson. I am a member of the CAG. I am an at-large member of the CAG. I live in Vancouver, and in addition to the economy, the vibrance and livability of our community is dramatically impacted by the bridge. More personally, I'm a member of the Cherokee Nation. Even though that's not a local tribe, I think it provides me with a different perspective on projects like this. I'm also a 26-mile daily round-trip commuter by bicycle from Vancouver to downtown Portland. So thank you. It's an honor to be part of this group.
Thank you. Thank you. Wayne Chow.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Wayne Chow, pronouns he, him, and I'm here representing the Oregon State Building and Construction Trades Council. We represent tens of thousands of construction workers in Oregon, and we're the voice in the Oregon legislature. And our interest in the bridge, well, we want to build it, make sure it's done on time, on budget, and done safely. Thank you.
Thank you. Michaela Williams.
Hi, everyone. My name is Michaela. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I'm on the CAG as an at-large community member. I'm a recent college graduate, and so I was born and raised here in Vancouver, and then I moved to Washington, D.C. for 4 years to attend university. And then last year, I decided that I wanted to move back home because I love living in the Pacific Northwest, and I love living in Washington. I am a daily commuter, so I commute from East Vancouver to Tigard every day. So that is my connection to the bridge, is that I do use it every day as a commuter.
Thank you. Mark Ricker. Riker.
Good morning, everyone. It's Mark Riker. I am the Executive Secretary of the Washington State Building and Construction Trades Council. Our advocacy is both at the legislature in Washington State with WashDOT and the governor's office. We have a very strong interest in building this project. That's what building trades do. I represent approximately 80,000 construction workers in Washington State. But in the interest of building it, we want to build it right. Projects of this magnitude, public assets, don't just give a product if they're done properly. They give a product that has also provided pathways to the middle class for all peoples, and hopefully making it using a project like this to finally move closer to fulfilling our eternal unfulfilled promise of becoming a more perfect union. I'm very excited to working towards that project with y'all.
Thank you. Andrew Hohen.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Andrew Hone, and I'm the president and CEO of the Portland Business Alliance. Pronouns are he, him, his, and very happy to be here with all of you this morning and to be working on this important project. We are the Regional Chamber of Commerce, predominantly centered in Portland, of course, but we have 1,900 members scattered across the greater metro region. And I am very eager to be focused and centered on job creation, the opportunities that this bridge provides to all of us, as well as to seamlessly move freight around our region to help commerce, and of course to provide a historic opportunity for access to those communities that have been underserved by jobs and access to economic prosperity. So very much looking forward to those conversations, especially seeing the agenda today and how it's centered in equity. So thank you so much and have a good day, everyone.
Thank you. Stephen Nakana.
Thank you, Roberta. Good morning, everybody. My name is Stephen Akana. I'm with the Port of Portland as their social equity manager. Relationship to the bridge, I also commute when I take my kid to the Frenchman's Bar. So I use it as a resident and a consumer of the bridge. And I'm here to represent the Port of Portland, because planes have to fly and get to PDX. So the height of the bridge is a concern to the port. So I'm putting on 2 hats. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Harrington.
Yes, thank you, Roberta. My name is Mark Harrington. I'm with EAG. I work for the Southwest Washington Regional Transportation Council. So I have professional connections to the bridge as well as personal. I have family that lives on both sides of the bridge. A sister who commutes routinely. And when I think about the bridge, I like to look at sort of, the Vancouver and Portland area, the large region that it is that that region is made possible by 3 crucial pieces of infrastructure, one being the interstate bridge. We have the Glen Jackson Bridge and the railway bridge further downstream. Without those bridges, there is no Portland-Vancouver region. They become 2 separate regions. And so how those bridges are how we unite and keep this region together, growing strong and increasing everyone's quality of life and vitality of the region. So those are my interests.
Thank you. Irina Phillips.
It's actually Irina. So
Irina.
the first sound is different.
Irina.
My pronoun is she, her. And I represent community of East European immigrants and mostly Russian speaking, but also Ukrainian, Polish, Czech, Hungarian, Slovenian, Slovakian, all the Eastern Europe. And my interest in this bridge is, my background is in economics. So I'm kind of like interested how we can build a bridge that enhances our economic development of the region. And I'm also interested in the trucking industry because so many Slavic people work as drivers and haul the truck across the bridge from Washington to Oregon. Also, my friends are living in Washington, so I'm pretty regular commuter. I'm using more often the 205 bridge because it's faster, but I'm thinking that if we create a really modern bridge, I will use this one more, even if it's a tall bridge, just the speed will play the role. And another thing I'm interested in, I'm living close to Rose Quarter, so I really want to see kind of like to remove the congestion on the I-5 incoming to Portland and leaving Portland, and the bridge will help with this too. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Hickey?
Tom Hickey, hi. I am the chair of the Bridgeton Neighborhood Association, just south of Hayden Island on the north shores of Portland. I'm nominated by the North Portland Neighborhood Services District Coalition of Neighborhoods to represent on the CAG the interests of the North Portland neighborhoods. And so I will be talking about the bridge in terms of its effect on the local communities. And doing my best to preserve the interests of the people who live near the bridge.
Thank you. Sabrina Owens-Williams. Wilson.
Good morning, everyone. Sabrina Owens-Wilson. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm on the EAG. I work at Metro on the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion team as a program manager. And my connection to the bridge, it's how we take our 3 little boys to see their grandparents in Washington. So I'm really looking forward to a process where we can really center people and this to ensure that this project delivers on the economic, environmental, and other benefits that we need to get out of it in addition to the physical infrastructure. So thank you.
Thank you. Jeffrey Temple.
Well, thank you. Good morning. Jeffrey Temple, he, him. I'm part of the CAG. I'm the Director of Corporate Affairs for Fred Meyer, and really honored to be here. We've got a very large workforce that relies on that bridge, and will continue to rely on it to get to and from work, hopefully in many ways besides just vehicles. We also have a very large need to get trucks to market with food and essential goods for the communities that we serve. So there's a lot riding on this bridge for us. Personally, I can tell you that I'm a native Oregonian. I've lived most of my life in this area. In fact, I'm not too far from the bridge right now. And so I'll tell you that I'm really excited, very curious. I'm very excited about the fact that we're using both a community and an equity lens. I think that's critically important. There's so much riding on this bridge. I want to see something that comes out of this project that represents the community, but can also be a sense of pride. I don't know that we need the next Golden Gate Bridge, but I certainly don't want an eyesore as well. So I'm very invested and very excited to be with all of you this morning and today.
Thank you. Jana Jarvis.
Thank you. Good morning. And I'm pleased to be here as well. I'm Jana Jarvis, President and CEO of the Oregon Trucking Association. There have been a couple of mentions concerning the bridge, not just as a commuter and the need to use that, but being able to move freight over the bridge. And I think it's important for you all to know that 80% of Oregon goods are moved by truck, and 80% of Oregon communities are only serviced by truck. So our ability to access in and out of this region is pretty critical. And that's the reason that we're interested in being a part of this discussion. This particular stretch of freeway is in the top 20 on the nation's bottlenecks. And so being able to find a solution to that is something that would benefit all of us. So thank you very much.
Rebecca Kennedy.
Hi, everyone. Rebecca Kennedy. I'm the planning manager for the city of Vancouver. So I manage transportation planning and regional transportation policy and partnerships for the city of Vancouver. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm serving on the EAG. And, in terms of, I represent the city's interests in terms of making sure that, we can continue to grow the region economically. Many of you have mentioned the bottleneck and the impact on, access to jobs, access to opportunities, freight mobility. We also want to make sure that we have improved transit. This bridge lands in downtown Vancouver and make sure that it, works with and enhances a growing downtown center. And I'm very, very excited, and the city is as well, about the focus on equity and engaging community in delivering a project that works for the entire region and really unites the region. And I think shows our communities that we can come together and solve big problems. So thank you for having me, and look forward to working with all of you.
Thank you. Matt Hines.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Matt Hines. My preferred pronouns are he and him. I am representing the EAG as a member of the community. My connection to this project is that I live in the area, work in the area. When I'm not working at the School for the Blind, near the bridge, I'm essentially working in the community as a volunteer to ensure that we are meeting our promises to the disabled community. And so obviously I really am proud to be here to also support making sure that anyone who's been historically underserved or has not had opportunities for access or economic opportunity are going to be able to be at the table for this project. And, you know, I know a lot of people don't necessarily think in terms of disabled mobility, but that is essential to this project, especially when you consider that the School for the Deaf and the School for the Blind are at the doorstep of this project on the Washington side. So while we go through this work, I really hope to represent the needs and the future of all disabled individuals, but specifically, I myself am blind, and I work with a lot of individuals who are blind, low vision, or deafblind. And this project is very vital to their mobility through the region, their mobility into Oregon, which has been very difficult for some time. And then also lastly, just to make sure that disabled voices in the business community are heard through this project as well, and making sure that people who are disabled have the opportunity to be at the table for those economic opportunities through this project. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Shona Carter.
Hi, my name is Shona Carter, and I go by she, her, hers. I'm on the EAG, and I have a personal and professional connection to the bridge. I have family all across the Portland metro area, but I reside in Vancouver. I am the VP of Community Engagement and Strategy at the Community Foundation for Southwest Washington. We are a philanthropic organization, and we provide grants to nonprofits in 3 counties, Clark, Cowlitz, and Skamania. Our grant making is increasingly centered around equity and ensuring that families and community have access to basic needs, economic development, and prosperity, and education. So this bridge is a part of those systems that allow folks to be able to equitably access those types of services. So it's really important to me personally and professionally. I lived in the Bay Area for 25 years, so I know what it looks like to have a very functional, transportation system. My husband has a long career in transportation at these larger agencies. It's just imperative that, typically marginalized communities have, good access to transportation to receive the services and work that they need to prosper.
Thank you. Monica Tellez Fowler.
Monica Tejas Fowler. I'm with the EAG. My involvement with the bridge is I'm with C-Trans. So obviously I've heard several people say transit across the bridge is important to them, and it's important to us as well. My partner actually uses, he rides the commuter C-Tran bus across the bridge every day. So I'm well aware of the good days and the bad days. And I always tell people at work that we have our official shopper, mystery shopper that's just kind of there. So I'm involved primarily because of that, but obviously understanding what that bridge means to the region as a whole as well.
Thank you. Meg Johnson.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Meg Johnson. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I am part of the EAG, and sorry about the dogs in the background. I use the bridge usually professionally. I am a member of the recycling department at Waste Connections of Washington. The business that I'm in definitely uses the bridge to transport all of Clark County's waste to the landfills down in Oregon. And then on a professional level, or a personal level, I use the bridge frequently to access culture down in Portland that is usually not present up in Vancouver where I live. Thank you, Lily, for loving the dogs in the background. From being a person who lived in and around Los Angeles for most of my upbringing, until I was 22 when I moved up here for school, I know what an inefficient freeway system looks like, and a very inefficient public transit system looks like. And being a member of the community up here, I want to make sure that that is not repeated in this area. So I'm coming from an accessibility angle to make sure that anyone who wants to utilize the bridge, when we redevelop it collectively, makes sense for everyone and isn't missing out on anybody's views or ways of using it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ana Munoz.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. My name is Ana Munoz. I'm with Latino Network, representing the Latino community. I'm with the Equity Advisory Group. And the connection with the bridge for me is we have a lot of staff that commute from Vancouver to Portland. And before COVID, we would hear just stories about how much time they're spending on that bridge trying to get across. And you know, we want to be mindful of our staff and we want to make accommodations, but to what extent? So I'm here to be involved and be able to voice those stories and for them to be taken into consideration on how crossing that bridge affects our workers in both commuting both ways, I'm sure. Also, I-5 is a connector interstate. So we definitely need to make sure that we plan out what that's going to look like in our end, considering that I-5 runs all the way from I think Alaska all the way to Mexico. And so definitely we want to make sure that in our area, this interstate bridge, make sure that it accommodates all those needs that need to get over that bridge. So for me, it's not just the physical bridge per se, but more of the connector of people and communities. And I would like for that to be done with an equitable lens. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Sherry Call.
Good morning, thank you. And I apologize to the group for my tardiness today. I had a meeting with the legislators. It's just the realities of a remote session, having to conduct meetings on a Saturday. So thank you for having me. I'm part of the Community Advisory Group. Sherry Call, I'm the Executive Vice President of the Washington Trucking Association. So I would be Ms. Jarvis's counterpart in the state of Washington. She mentioned some of the modal share and our concern over the bottleneck of the bridge. I just want to mention that, you know, freight mobility translates into general mobility. So I think we all have a fairly similar interest there. We value reliability, safety, resiliency of our highway system. What drives a lot of the economic activity and the number of trucks going across the bridge are our vibrant manufacturing community, agri-goods, housing, retail, and service industry. So there is an incredible amount of interest on behalf of our members. We represent both local, regional, and in some cases national carriers. So we have access to a lot of voices within our own community groups, and we hope to be able to bring some of that here. So thanks for having me.
Thank you. Ashton Simpson.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Totally.
Good. Ashton Simpson, I use he, him pronouns. I am the executive director at Oregon Walks. And my connection to the bridge is I have family and friends on the other side. I'm on the Portland side. And I would like to see, you know, as I bike and I walk across the bridge, a more safe and really a focus on pedestrian movement, because that is a conduit not only for cars, but for people to enjoy and have a good time, especially during days when we don't have a lot of rain. I'm pretty sure we all can agree with that. And yeah, you know, I also want to make sure that this bridge works for the entire region, because this is, again, as one of the panelists said, it's a connection to the I-5 Rose Quarter project as well. And so we need to make sure that, you know, we aren't clogging up the system at one piece and then, releasing and then going to another piece and it's clogged up again. So I just want to make sure that it's working for all folks.
Karen Edwards.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm Karen Edwards. I'm president at Clark College. I use she, her pronouns. My connection to the bridge, I lived in North Portland for 6 years in the Bridgeton area, so I was right there at the bridge as well. But currently we have approximately 1,000 employees at Clark, and I'm gonna say a good third of them, if not more, live in Portland. And so for the employees at Clark College, it's important that we have an open and easy transportation flow. I also am concerned about our students, wanting to ensure that there's equal access to opportunities. And so transportation and that bridge will be important for our students who are both currently enrolled and those that graduate and want to go on to pursue their careers. And lastly, I would just say from a cultural perspective, making sure that this region is thriving and that we have access to all of the opportunities that are in Portland and Vancouver and throughout, Oregon and Washington, that we make it accessible for everyone. Thanks.
Thank you. John Gardner.
Good morning, everyone. My name is John Gardner. I direct transit equity, inclusion, and community affairs for TriMet. So I'm really excited to hear all the pro-transit talk this morning. That's obviously one of my interests, strengthening the region's public transit system, specifically for transit-dependent riders, but for the entire community as well. I'm also a champion for minority and women-owned business contracting. So I'm excited about the economic development opportunities that this could bring to contractors and to minority and women construction workers and youth workers. So this is one labor shed. So it's exciting that this is sort of the angle of the conversation. I'm an Oregon native and I've been watching this for about 26 years as I've lived in Portland. So it's just exciting that this is once again taking so much attention and energy, and I look forward to being part of the conversation. Thank you.
Great. Jasmine Tolbert.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Tolbert. I am the president of the NAACP of Vancouver, and I'm excited to be here. I represent my my community and finding ways to make sure that this bridge impacts us positively as in regards to the economy, as many folks have brought up, but as well as the social and environmental impact as well. Professionally, I think I've prior to just before COVID, I had spent about the last 5 years going back and forth across the bridge to employment and internships and all kinds of things in Portland. And I would say about 3 of those years, it was also being involved with the NAACP and trying to get back across for all of our evening meetings at the same time. So when I tell you it was stressful, whew, it was stressful, but Zoom has made that easier since then. But I've personally, I've always had a member in my household that's always commuted across the bridge to this day for work. And so I see the huge economic impact for improving this, but then there's also that social impact of like, there's sometimes really cool things that you want to do in Portland. And I think my tipping point was when you realized that traffic, even on a Sunday, was crazy. So definitely here, happy to support and happy to represent my community in all the best ways possible so we can all come together to develop a better bridge.
Thank you. Thank you. Sydney Johnson.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Sydney Johnson. I am the District Program Coordinator for Fourth Plane Forward. We're a small community-based, sorry for the loud noise in the back, small community-based nonprofit based in central Vancouver. We're serving, resident and small business interests in Vancouver's most diverse neighborhoods. So it's critical that folks' voices are heard. We know that this bridge is going to impact many folks who live and work there. And for example, many of whom were displaced from Portland and surrounding cities. and moved up to Central Vancouver to find economic opportunity and affordable housing. And many of those folks still use that bridge to stay connected with their, small businesses that they used to support, their communities, churches. So it's incredibly important that those folks have a voice in this project. And so I'm happy to engage. I'm excited to engage them in this work and just make sure that this bridge continues to be accessible for not only finding resources, connecting with resources, but their communities. And then on a personal note, my husband and I live in Vancouver, and we live off the I-5 corridor, but he commutes daily to Tigard. So I want to make sure that he can also do that, continue to do that. And lastly, I am serving on the EAG. I think I forgot that at the beginning, so happy to be here.
Thank you. Caitlin, Caitlin Reff.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Caitlin Reff, she, her, hers pronouns. I'm on the EAG and with City of Portland Bureau of Transportation, our major projects and partnerships group. And I'm here in Northeast Portland also with my young children. So Roberta, I feel you, we're in this together. If my video goes off, it's just because I have them climbing all over me, but happy to be here today with all of you. And I think really in this space, especially on the EAG, I am here representing City of Portland's core values around addressing and incorporating racial and transportation justice, climate change and climate justice. And I think, looking at this important crossing and bridge in terms of accessibility and being safe for all users, and one that really supports and kind of reflects the values of adjacent and impacted communities. So looking forward to learning and listening a lot from you folks, and also bringing whatever resources I can from the City of Portland to support the work. And yeah, thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Have we covered all of the Equity Advisory Group and Community Advisory Group members?
Did Alona go? Alona Wilson?
No, I didn't. Thank you for catching that. And I was waiting. I was like, my last name's Wilson. I don't know. I'm kidding. Anyway, so Ilana J. Wilson, and I use she, her, hers pronouns. And I am a part of the EAG. And my connection to the bridge, I grew up in Portland, and so family has been on both sides of that bridge. And so that is literally a bridge of family. And I am really excited for the opportunities that we have moving forward with creating this bridge, and both metaphorical and physical. So with that, I think that I'll pass it back.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you, everyone. It is an absolute honor to be with you, and we won't get to be together, all of us like this, very often. So to hear each other's voices and to just have a sense, an inkling of who we are is beautiful. So thank you very much. And I want to, we're now going to talk about what we mean when we're talking about equity. And I would like to transfer to Greg Johnson, our program administrator, and hear his vision around this. So Greg?
So I would like to start by telling you guys a story of my childhood. So don't go to sleep on me, because it won't be long. But when I grew up, my first memory was moving at the age of 4 because the Michigan State Highway Department had moved us out of our home because they were widening a roadway. And I remember the bitterness that it built into my father as he told me this story over the years, and I got a better understanding. And as I went to work for DOT, I brought that reality to how I do business. So having folks who have traditionally not had a voice in how major decisions get made, how infrastructure plays out in their community is something that I've worked on in my 38 years working in the transportation field. So DOTs have done a great deal of disservice over the years. They've also done a number of good things. And I am trying to put this in the category of good things that the both DOTs are going to do by making sure that voices who have traditionally been unheard get heard, and that we are treating everyone fairly and everyone equitably in our decision making and how we reach out to other parts of the community. So this is something that this is not a box checking activity. This is something that our team believes in and that we are going to hold ourselves accountable for this. Having a equity advisory committee was not anything that anybody said, well, you must do this. This is something that our team conceived of to make ourselves better and more accountable to the communities that where this bridge is going to impact. So I just want to assure you that this is not the same old thing that you've dealt with if you've ever dealt with the DOTs over the years. This is something different, and we are going to try and be smart and nimble in our decision making to make this thing something that when you look back on it, you'll tell your kids a different story than my father told me about how the DOT impacted their lives. So that's one of the things that I wanted to convey to this group, that this is just tremendously important to me personally. That's why I'm here. I'm 2,400 miles away from my home. And I think this is a project of key national importance as well as local and regional. So we're going to get to work. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. And I want to now pass to Johnell Bell, my co-facilitator.
Thank you, Roberta, and thank you, Greg. And good morning, everyone. Johnell Bell, co-facilitator for the Community Advisory Group, as well as Chief Equity Officer for the program. I'm so thrilled to be with you on this Saturday morning, and it's also great to be with so many fellow equity practitioners. So what Jake and I are prepared to do this morning is to really lead you through an overview of equity. For some of you, this will be kind of familiar information. For others, you might receive terms that perhaps you've not heard before. And what we would just ask is that you sort of lean into this material. Part of growth in equity is to lean into the discomfort. And so if you have questions or comments throughout, we encourage those. We are a little behind on time, so we're going to do what we can to kind of move along. But if our team could go ahead and populate the slides, that would be terrific. So as Greg indicated, the premise of our program is really how do we center equity? And that's going to be the role of both the Community Advisory Group, certainly will be the role of the Equity Advisory Group. What we'll be doing is exploring concepts with respect to equity, as well as helping to define what equity means for the program. Part of that also is to understand our history. As Greg indicated, he has a very personal history with what occurred when a DOT displaced communities of color. We have that history in our region as well. So we're going to unpack some of that. So as we think about how we do our community engagement, as we think about how we do our design process, we want to also be mindful that we're working with communities, many communities who have what what's frankly a trust deficit. And there's reason why there's a trust deficit because of some of the history that Greg indicated. So next slide, please. Next slide. So we first start off with some real basic definitions, which is diversity. Oftentimes you hear DEI, that stands for diversity, equity, and inclusion. At the very basic level, diversity includes all of the ways in which people differ, and it encompasses all the different characteristics that make one individual or group different from one another. And let me just say, what a great diverse group of individuals we have this morning. And that really is reflective of the populations that we serve. And it's incumbent upon all of us to bring both our lived experience as well as our professional, as well as our personal diversity to the table, such that the project is really fully reflective of the whole community. Next slide, please. A term that I'm going to encourage us all in this group to never use is a notion of color blindness. That negates the need to really unpack and understand diversity, equity, and inclusion, and it also actually leads towards more harm. And so a few quotes is color blindness ignores the history, politics, and economics of racism. Another quote is pretending race doesn't exist is not the same as creating equality. Race is more than stereotypes and individuals' prejudice. To combat racism, we need to identify and remedy social policies that advantage some groups at the expense of others. And we're going to unpack what do we mean when we use some of those terms. Next slide, please. So we start off with what is equity? And again, this is a high level definition. The Equity Advisory Group will be working with the program to define what does equity mean for the IBR. We will first pull from regional definitions of equity to really start to synthesize that material and then develop an equity definition for the program as well as an equity framework. But we start off with some generally accepted terms within this context. Next slide. So the basic definition of equity is when one's identity cannot predict the outcome. Equity within the context of, particularly as we think about the process of our bridge development, is both an outcome and a process. What do I mean when I say that? It's both the way in which we conduct our community engagement. We want to make sure that we are conducting our community engagement in an intentional way that results in equity in the process, right? But it's also about equity in the outcome. Our task is not to just build a bridge, as Greg indicated. The bridge ultimately is an engineering and planning exercise. We could build the bridge and leave the whole community behind, and that would not be a success. That's not the outcome through an equity lens. We could build the bridge and bring the whole community along, intentionally engaging historically marginalized communities, intentionally finding ways to include the perspectives of those who have traditionally been left behind. That is equity in the outcome. So we want to make sure that we're doing both. Equality really comes down to everyone receives equal access to opportunity, but it does not take into account the systems that perhaps have been in place, and we'll start unpacking that have made it impossible for everyone to receive equal access to opportunities. Equity is realizing that in order to actually achieve true equality is receiving access to opportunity, which is grounded in an understanding of how our systematic oppression has benefited some at the expense of others. So this is a good metaphor for that. It's not a perfect metaphor. Some will pose the question, why is there a fence in the first place? So on and so forth. But conceptually, it's helpful. Next slide, please. Another example of this is everyone receiving a bike. Well, how will a bike benefit someone who perhaps may not need a bike, but may need another device to actually enjoy the public right of way? And so that gets to equity. is really taking into account what individuals as well as communities need in order to really achieve outcomes, not one size fits all. Next slide. So in order for us to really understand equity, we first have to really understand the types of inequity. And there's an interplay that occurs. There's systemic, there's institutional, and individual. And the reason why this arrow is here, that goes both ways, is there's an interplay at all levels. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. So at the systemic level, it's really the interplay of policies, practices, and programs of differing institutions, which leads to adverse outcomes and conditions experienced by historically marginalized communities that occurs within the context, that often occurs within the context of racialized, historical, and cultural conditions, okay? So you hear a lot about systemic racism. We all witnessed the travesty and the murder of George Floyd. That was only symptomatic of a much broader issue in how some communities experience interaction with law enforcement versus others. So what is the system at play that's leading to those inequitable outcomes? The consequences of systematic oppression is really the negative hierarchy is the enjoyment of resources by some, those with power, and not all. The next level is really looking at sort of our institutions, right? It's the structural piece. And this comes down to policies and procedures. It's the policies, practices, and procedures that work to benefit some at the detriment of others, typically historically marginalized communities. Greg pointed a really great example. Why was it the policy and procedure of the Department of Transportation to allow for the displacement of some communities at the expense of others? And so part of, as we are looking at this project, is we should always be asking ourselves questions, and I'll get to some of that later on, is really checking the process to ensure that we are not purporting additional harm, that in fact, we are using this opportunity to build this bridge in many ways as an opportunity of repairing past harm, providing an opportunity, a national model, an international model, as to how do you really center equity into an infrastructure project? How do you really have intentional engagement with historically marginalized communities? So that's the task that lies ahead, and I am so excited to be doing this work with all of you. At the individual level, it's comes down to ourselves. And this is the prejudgment, bias, stereotypes, or generalizations about an individual or group based on any number of isms or factors. The impacts of racisms on individuals, people of color, is also internalized. And so there's an internalized oppression that occurs when this interplay happens. And so what's important is by talking about the interplay of power and race, as well as sort of our structures, we are able to see that although we all have a role in the transformation, it is critical for those with positions of authority to be vigilant about where these isms take hold in our policies, procedures, relationship building, and other practices. Next slide, please. So we talk a little bit now about what is inclusion. And let me just start off by saying the purpose of this is to be a primer. We'll have more dialogue on these concepts throughout our 2-year tenure together. Any one of these topics we could spend all day on. This is to give you, cast a wide net. So let's talk about inclusion. Next slide, please. So inclusion, the basic definition is eliminating the barriers that prevent the full participation of all people. That is worth repeating again. It's eliminating the barriers that prevent the full participation of all people. And I extend an invitation to all of you, both as Chief Equity Officer and as co-facilitator of the CAG. If at any given time you feel that we are being incongruent with the notion of inclusion, is incumbent upon all of you to raise that flag and to do a process check, because it's our goal to be fully inclusive of our whole community throughout the course of this process. Next slide. So now we're going to play a quick video. Let me just preface this by saying there are, I believe, one F-bomb in this video. You'll understand contextually. So if you have tender ears, you might want to mute it. But it's a great video that kind of shows. And if we can make sure the volume is good to go there, that'd be great as well. So go ahead and let's play the video.
For people who still don't think that microaggressions are a problem.
Oh, you're so well spoken.
Oh, just imagine, instead of being a stupid comment, a microaggression is a mosquito bite.
Ugh, it's a compliment.
Mosquito bites and their itch are one of nature's most annoying features. But if you're only bitten every once in a while...
No, where are you really from?
Cleveland?
Sure, it's annoying, but it's not that big a deal. The problem is that some people get bitten by mosquitoes a lot more than other people. I mean, a lot more. Whether it's on a date...
Oh, your English is so good.
Excuse me?
Going grocery shopping.
You know, everything happens for a reason.
I'm just buying apples.
Commuting to work.
So when are you gonna have a baby?
Watching TV.
We have to keep the Redskins name. It's part of our culture and history.
Or just walking down the street with your partner.
I couldn't even tell you were gay.
Mosquitoes seem to pop up everywhere.
Do you know John? Give me shopping advice. So I love Cher too.
And getting bit by mosquitoes every goddamn day.
Can I touch your hair?
Multiple times a day.
So pretty. Can I touch
it,
hair?
please? Can I please?
Is fucking annoying. And makes you want to go ballistic on those mosquitoes. Which seems like a huge overreaction to people who only get bit every once in a while.
It's just a mosquito bite. Who cares?
Just another angry black woman.
Of course, beyond just being annoying, some mosquitoes carry truly threatening diseases that can mess up your life for years.
Astrophysics? Maybe you should try this challenging major.
Ow, my dreams.
And other mosquitoes carry strains that can even kill you.
He looked like he was up to trouble, okay? I felt threatened.
So next time you think someone's overreacting, just remember, some people experience mosquito bites all the time.
You're all so exotic, wow.
And by mosquito bites, we mean microaggressions.
Okay, next slide. So important for us to, if we can get the slides back up, that'd be terrific. Important for us to keep in mind our language, and for us to also hold one another accountable. If there is language that you are hearing, and this goes for us as facilitators as well as project staff, and any member of the committee. Again, welcome invitation. Let's hold ourselves accountable to use intentional, inclusive language, to not draw generalizations. Part of us being in a learning community is to build that respect and trust. So part of microaggressions is understanding explicit and implicit bias. I like this chart because it's, we always talk about the tip of the iceberg. And what you see here is a line of consciousness, which is representative by the water line. So the water line indicates the layer between explicit and implicit bias. Explicit bias are attitudes and beliefs that we have about a person or group on a conscious level, right? These are things that we know at a conscious level that we might say or think about an individual or groups of individuals. We are fully aware of these, so they can be self-reported. Self-reported within the context oftentimes of discrimination claims or things of that nature. But by and large, what many of us experience, and we all have them, and incidentally, I'm going to put a link to a Harvard test, and I would encourage everyone to take the test at some point. Harvard for years have been the leading researchers on implicit and explicit bias. And what's so interesting about implicit bias is really the unconscious attitudes that lie below the surface, but may influence our behaviors. For example, there was a study years ago that Harvard conducted around resumes and job sort of application process. There was an opening for a particular position, and individuals who submitted resumes of great qualification with sort of ethnic sounding names did not receive interviews, did not receive consideration. They then submitted those same resumes with less ethnic sounding names, and those individuals received invitations for interviews. And so we have to unpack and really determine, well, why is that the case? And that's where implicit bias, understanding our unconscious attitudes that lie below the surface, the lenses that we have based on our own lived experience, based on our own tribal experience growing up in community, right, families, what we were taught, what we were learned. And what I will say about racism is race is a social construct. And the way in which society has created race, we can, to benefit some at the detriment of others, we can also deconstruct racism. And so we can deconstruct it. And that's the power that we have. We can deconstruct it to create more inclusive environments, more intentional environments. And that's the work that lies ahead in this project. So really important for us to be mindful of our own bias, of our own blind spots, of our own microaggressions as it relates in the context of gender, race, or ableism. Next slide. So a recipe, and I know all of you are already DEI champions, so this will go without saying too much, but the first is looking, recipe for being a DEI champion is looking for ways to make things work, being an inclusive problem solver, being transparent. Again, for many of the communities that are historically marginalized, there is a trust deficit as it relates to interaction with government or public processes. And so we have to overcome that deficit by being extra transparent about our process, extra intentional. And so part of how we start to rebuild and build that trust is hallmarked around transparency. Creating peer relationships with both regional as well as national partners in similar positions. All of you have talked about the various professional and lived experience you bring to the table. I would encourage you to find others along this journey who might be peers working on DEI. Also, never starting with no, or we don't do things that way, or always with the mindset of other ways of being able to do a particular process or achieving a product. We don't want to do anything that's going to weigh down these efforts. Looking for aspirational goals and future directions. This is particularly true as we start to talk about the contracting and workforce diversity on the construction side. Let us not just be, sort of at the ceiling based on our particular specific goals, whether it's our goals for minority and women-owned contracting firms, but let us be more aspirational than that. And being a continuous learner of DEI in this particular practice, but also as it relates to government. Next slide. Next slide. So I'm going to go through a number of slides, this is really troubling history. And what I will say is, I'm going to go through a few slides. I'll read each one. It's important to note that while these are some of the most or some of the alarming tenets of our history, there are more examples. And so this is not an attempt to be exhaustive. This is an attempt to provide an overall snapshot. I would extend an invitation if there is other history that would be important for this project to contextualize as we think about DEI that you are aware of, please send that to me or Jake. We are developing sort of a historical narrative that will help to lead the way in which we interact with our communities, but also as a leave behind, because part of what we need to do as we work through this project is to acknowledge where the project resides. So we start off in the 1800s, 1800 to 1850, indigenous peoples inhibited the shores of the Columbia River for millennia. By the early 1800s, the Chinookan tribes had established 30 villages near the confluence of the Willamette and the Columbia. Diseases like smallpox kills nearly all of them. By the 1850s, all villages were abandoned and the US government removed all indigenous people to the Grand Ronde and Yakima reservations. Next slide. Japanese castaway at Fort Vancouver, 1832. 3 Japanese sailors survived a shipwreck and drifted ashore in northern Washington. They were held captive, brought to Fort Vancouver, then shipped to London to be used as potential leverage in trade negotiations with Japan. They are thought to be the first Japanese persons to have arrived in the Pacific Northwest. Next slide. In 1859, Oregon becomes a state. Oregon became the only state admitted to the Union with an exclusion law written into the state constitution. It bans any, quote, free Negro, mulatto, not residing in the state at the time, end quote, from living, holding real estate, and making any contracts within the state. The 1860 census shows 124 Black people living in the state. The law is repealed in 1926. The language, however, is not removed from the Constitution until 2001. As historian Egbert Oliver writes in the Oregon Historical Society Quarterly, quote, African Americans were essentially illegal aliens in Oregon, end quote. Next slide. 1899, Buffalo Soldiers Army places an all-Black regiment at Fort Vancouver, who became known as the Buffalo Soldiers. While much of their history has been erased, they had a significant impact spreading Black culture in the Pacific Northwest. Next slide. Redlining in Portland, 1919. The Portland Real Estate Board Code of Ethics mandates that real estate agents not sell to individuals whose race would greatly depreciate in the public mind surrounding property values. And we are still experiencing the outcomes of this systemic institutional policy, right? If you're looking at those who were displaced in North and Northeast Portland, primarily were those who did not own property. Why didn't they own property? Well, it has origins all the way dating back to the redlining policies. And so as you talk about generational wealth and how government has frankly created policies that have advanced the wealth of others at the expense of some others, this is one of those examples of that policies. And that's right here in our region. Next slide. Detention of Japanese Americans, 1942. 3,676 Japanese Americans were detained for 5 months at the North Portland Stockyards, now the Expo Center, before being transferred to internment camps in Idaho and California, right along the bridge alignment here. Next slide. Vanport destroyed, which is, of course, is now considered Delta Park. The Columbia River floods and the dike protecting Vanport breaks. Because Vanport was built on reclaimed lowlands along the Columbia River, the city was vulnerable to flooding. In addition, it was built quickly with temporary housing. During the flood, 15 people are killed. The entire city is underwater, and nearly 18,000 people, many of them Black, are left homeless. And one of the great assets we have around this table is Ed Washington, who have shared seminal stories of growing up and living in Vanport. And so if you get an opportunity to talk to Ed about that, that's really important to bring that to the forefront. Next slide. Albina displaced, 1956. Voters approved construction of a memorial coliseum in the Elliott neighborhood, resulting in the teardown of more than 450 Albina homes and businesses. At the time, 4 out of 5 people in this thriving, close-knit community are Black. Many are former inhabitants of Vanport because redlining policies limited where they could live. This same year, federal officials also approved highway construction funds that would pave Interstate 5 and 99 through South Albina, destroying more than 1,100 homes. Dr. Roberta, Hunte, and I had the opportunity of doing a focus group with a group of African Americans on the Portland side, and many still are, the stories are still so strong in these families as it relates to I-5 tearing apart whole communities. And so again, we know that infrastructure can cause great harm at the expense of our communities of concern. And so our task today and throughout these next 2 years is the task that our administrator, Greg Johnson, has put on us, which is how do we catalyze this bridge as an opportunity to create great benefit and great opportunity, no further harm. Next slide, please. Displacement in North Portland, 1970s, the Black community protests the expansion of Emmanuel Hospital, funded by federal money earmarked for urban renewal. The expansion demolishes nearly 300 homes in North Portland. Residents are given 90 days to move. Homeowners are compensated with a maximum of $15,000 payment, and renters receive $4,000. The federal construction funds run out after the homes are demolished, but before construction is finished. The expansion takes decades to complete. Next slide. So again, just an overview. It's important for us to tell those stories, to center those stories so that we are mindful and ensure that history does not repeat itself. So next, I'm going to turn over to Jake War, who will go through kind of the demographics in our region. As we think about demographically, what does this region look like? What does the region look like relative to the bridge and relative to the bridge corridor? So with that, Jake, turn it over to you.
Thank you, Johnell. And I know we are throwing a lot at you all, and I will try to be quick on this because I don't want to eat into your lunch. There you go. Pun not intended. I want to give a demographic overview of the area. If you can go to the next slide, for a few reasons. Not just to show you some numbers that you might not remember the specifics of, but conceptually, hopefully it'll take something away. Because in engaging our community, it's really important that we understand who that community is, where they are, if we are going to adapt our strategies into reaching those folks. We need some background information there. Demographic information is also important because it helps us take us out of our personal bubbles. You know, our immediate neighborhoods might not look like the broader region, or we might not be aware of certain communities in our region. And so this really helps kind of expand, give us a bit of an aerial view of who our broader community is. And then finally, centering equity, as we keep on emphasizing with this, a big piece of that is as you've all talked about, this program, this bridge has potential for a lot of benefits. Could be some burdens as well, some negative impacts. If we are evaluating how those are distributed geographically amongst different communities, we rely on demographic data to support that and understand that. Next slide. So I'll go through just some basic demographics of the population. Next slide. In terms of just number of residents in our different geographic areas, we have in the program, immediate program area, basically between kind of Killingsworth to the south in Portland up to SR 500 in Vancouver. In that area along I-5, we have about 60,000 residents. And by comparison, city of Vancouver has about 180,000, about 500,000 in Clark County, about 650,000 in Portland, 800,000 Multnomah County, and then our whole region, the whole metro, it's about 2.5 million people. Next slide, please. And that population, we've seen a lot of growth. I think most, if not all of us, are aware that our region is growing, and all these individual geographies are growing as well. So this chart that I'm showing displays that across all of those geographies, Multnomah County, City of Portland, Clark County, Vancouver, and the program area, we've seen growth over the past 20 years. Program area, not quite as much relative to the other geographies, but is still growing. And on the next slide, I'll show you those numbers. So we've seen about 20 to 30% growth since the year 2000 in all of these different geographies, and I've got highlighted here a box in red, a comparison of Clark County and City of Portland, because I thought this was particularly interesting to me. Over the last 20 years, even despite having a smaller population than Portland, Clark County has actually grown more in straight number of people and the percentage growth. So that speaks a bit to kind of how our population is shifting. A lot of folks are moving across the river from Portland to Vancouver and Clark County because it's more affordable and there might be growing opportunities there. Next slide. So race, ethnicity, and language. If you can go to the next slide, I went over some of this with the EAG, but I figured it was worth repeating and showing to the CAG members as well. So in our region as a whole, we're about, the split is about 30% BIPOC populations, which is Black, Indigenous, and people of color, and 70% white. Clark County is wider than most of the other geographies here at about 21% BIPOC populations. I see a question in the chat, map to define program area. That's coming up. Next slide, please. So if we look at just the populations of color, the communities of color, here is how that split works. I've got a chart here comparing all the geographies, program area, Vancouver, Clark County, City of Portland, and Multnomah County, and showing that the largest community of populations of color is Hispanic Latino. So in Vancouver and Clark County, about half of the communities of color identify as Hispanic Latino. That's about a third in the other geographies. Also, I'm highlighting here that the Black population in the program area comprises about 28% of the communities of color. And then it's lower in the other geographies. And then the Asian population, a little lower in the program area at 11% of the communities of color. And then higher as we look at Vancouver, Clark County, City of Portland, Multnomah County, about a quarter of people of color identify as Asian. Next slide. So here's a map of, this is showing the communities of color across our region and showing the program area, what I've defined as the program area here for these demographics. So basically the I-5 corridor between Killingsworth and North Portland up to SR 500. So you can see that a couple things from this map. This is concentrations of communities of color. The orange shows 40 to 60% of the population in those census tracts identify as different races and ethnicities that we've kind of lumped together as people of color. You can see a spot in Vancouver there that I think a lot of you know that there are certain neighborhoods there. I think where Fourth Plane Forward is focused, strong community of color there. But also in the region, we've seen that like inner neighborhoods of Portland. If you can go to the next slide, I'm gonna walk you through from the 70s how this has changed. So 1970, people of color concentrated in North Portland there. If you, just kind of go through those, you can see how this changes over time. The concentration of folks of color gets less, and as the region gets more diverse, and where folks are concentrated is moved more to suburbs and areas outside of inner Portland. If you want to go through that one more time, Brett, I think it's a pretty striking visual to see how things have changed.
And Jake, just a reminder to kind of describe it for our visually impaired members. The thing I'll note here as well is one of the causes for this disbursement as a result of displacement and gentrification, as well as income inequality, folks not being able to necessarily afford to reside in the city core, which is a pervasive issue.
Thanks, Johnell. Next slide. So our racial and ethnic diversity in the region is only growing. A Metro forecast, which I'm showing here, predicts that by 2060, our region will be about 57% white compared to about 73% white these days. The biggest population, the biggest community expected to grow is the Hispanic Latino community, which is about 14% of the region today, expected to be about a quarter of the region by 2060 with pretty regular growth. The Asian population also expected to grow. Others remaining fairly flat, but this is what is projected currently. Next slide, please. This is another really demonstrates kind of how things have shifted here. I've got a table here that compares 1970 and today with the Albina neighborhood and Clark County to show kind of how things have changed. In 1970, if we look at Albina, it was about 16,000 people, which was 30% of the population. Today, that's down to about 7,000 or 12% of the population. Meanwhile, so it's shrunk. It's shrunk by more than half. In Clark County, there were 662 residents who identified as Black, about 0.5% of the population. That has grown to 7,800 about. So that's actually more than the Albina neighborhood when it used to be just a big gap in terms of the population there. So a lot of changes that I think a lot of us have seen anecdotally, but this data really kind of backs that up. Next slide. Population born outside the US, I know I'm running short on time. I think, you know, I just want to demonstrate here about 10% of the population in a lot of these geographies, 10 to 15% are born outside the US. Next slide. And place of origin, as we saw, Hispanic Latino population making up the largest community of color. About a third of foreign-born residents were born in Latin America, and about a fifth were born in Eastern Europe, in particular in Vancouver and Clark County, large Eastern European population. And Southeast Asia is another big one in Portland and Multnomah County, with about a fifth of the foreign-born population born in Southeast Asia, so Vietnam, Thailand, Cambodia, etc. Next slide. I'm actually going to, so this is just quickly showing what that looks like on a map. It's similar to the populations of color, that foreign-born populations are a little bit outside the center of inner Portland, but larger in East Portland, in Washington County and Vancouver and Clark County. Go ahead, next slide. And this is how that's changed real quickly, but let's just move on. It's a similar pattern. So when we're talking about inclusivity and who we're engaging, we really want language access to be a focus for us. I have a table here that's just showing who the number of speakers of different languages. There's a lot here. I've included the percent LEP, which is limited English proficiency. That's a term defined by how people describe their ability to speak English. And I'm just highlighting here that Vietnamese speakers have a high percentage of those who do not feel that they speak English very well. And so that's about 70 to 80% or 60 to 80% of those who speak Vietnamese in all these geographies, Project Corridor, City of Portland, City of Vancouver, and the region identify as having limited English proficiency. Next slide. Household income. Next slide. Median income. You know, I think we actually should skip through demographics and get to kind of the more.
You're good. You're good for a few more minutes, Jake.
Sure. All right. Our median income in Clark County is higher than our other areas that I've been looking at, about $70,000 a year for median household income. Compared to City of Portland or City of Vancouver and the program area, there's a pretty big disparity there. About 60,000 is the median in Vancouver and the program area. So a little lower than Clark County, City of Portland, and Multnomah County. Next slide. In terms of low-income households, it's about, this is pretty surprising if you think about 1 in 3 households being low income in all of these geographies except Clark County, where it's about a fourth. We define low income as households who are at or below twice the federal poverty level. So to give you an indication of what that means, that level is about $25,000 for an individual. And for a family of 4, I want to say it's about 40,000. So oh, and question in there, measuring his household, that's a census defined term. So the size of the household doesn't matter in this if it's identified as a household. Next slide, please. Older adults, we have a larger percentage of older adults in City of Vancouver and Clark County compared to the others, about 15%, but it's not a huge difference. About 13% of our region are over 65. Next slide. And this is showing where concentrations of older adult populations live throughout our region. And it shows pretty higher, similar to the you see in Clark County and Vancouver, and along the I-5 corridor, there are large percentages of older adults. Next slide. People with disabilities, that overall number is about 10%, 12% in the city of Vancouver, so about 1 in 10 identify as having a physical or mental disability in the census. Next slide. Housing, I think let's go ahead and skip these. The bottom line on these is we have about a 50-50 split of renters and homeowners, which I think is important to remember as we engage folks, that a lot of times homeowners are more, tend to be more engaged in civic processes, but we want to make sure that we are reaching renters as well, because they are members of the community. I'm a renter. It doesn't matter whether you rent or own, but we want to make sure and make that effort. And this is a map of renters and owners. Let's skip these for now. We're going to be sending out the slides, so you'll be able to go through them at your leisure if you're interested in this stuff. So bigger picture in terms of how we operationalize equity. I guess it's not bigger picture, it's a more focused picture. Next slide, because we really want to figure out what this means for the program. And in terms of applying this to broader transportation equity, there are federal requirements, there's regulations and such, but it's really more about that. It's about access ultimately. It's access to the system, to the public transit, as well as affordability of the system. And when you think about tolls and how that impacts lower income workers more, access to services and opportunities like jobs, and where the transit services, where bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure is, et cetera. And it's for all users, but we want to have a particular focus on those who experience transportation disadvantage now and have historically. Next slide. A term that I'm sure many of you are familiar with, but we're going to focus a lot on during this whole project is environmental justice. And the U.S. Department of Transportation has 3 guiding principles around that. One is to ensure the full and fair participation by all of those who are potentially affected in the transportation decision-making process. The next is to avoid, minimize, or mitigate disproportionately high and adverse effects as far as health and the environment, including social, as well as social and economic effects on populations of color and low-income populations. And then third, principle here is to prevent the denial of, reduction in, or significant delay in the receipt of benefits by minority and low-income populations. Next slide. There's the FTA, the Federal Transit Administration, has a circular, basically just a document talking about its environmental justice policies and providing guidance. We'll go over this in more depth with the EAG, but the bottom line is really a process of knowing the community, engaging that community, and looking at the benefits and burdens, and then selecting the best option, the best alternative that in consideration of all that. Next slide. Johnell, I'll turn it back to you. I know that was a lot and quick.
Thank you, Jake. And we'll end on this slide. We know it's a lot of material, and again, we'll have time in our EAG and CAG to consider this material a lot further over the next couple of years. Jake will send out this material. We've gotten some questions with respect to wanting to have access to the source data so we can make that aware. And then I did receive a couple of comments about really having additional examples from Clark County. Again, all of that, that's an open invitation to the degree that folks can send us material. We want to make sure that the examples that we use is fully inclusive. So let's change the frame a little bit. This is a work that lies ahead. Jake talked about a little bit through the lens of the environmental justice circular, which is always talking about really measuring the impacts, the disproportionate impacts on people of color and those living on low incomes. And when those impacts are identified, the next step is to then mitigate it. Well, our task is, if we're going to lead with equity, is to think about this construct differently. And so I pose this question, we pose this question: how might a project look if it disproportionately benefited historically marginalized communities? If we use this as an opportunity to benefit those often harmed by these projects. If it centered the voices of historically marginalized communities, if our outreach was fully reflective of centering the voices of historically marginalized communities, if our decision-making process went in intentional ways to include those communities into the decision-making process. And if the processes, the planning, engagement, et cetera, were considered concrete outcomes. If the way by which we actually did outreach kind of engaged our community in an intentional fashion, that we, as a project, saw that as a core outcome, not just a check the box exercise. So that's our task that lie ahead. And if we could end the slides there and come back to the full group. If we can end the slides and come back to the full group. Thank you. Now we're going to take a lunch break. I just want to remind folks, so we're going to transition to lunch. You are going to go into small groups with program staff. You'll do that first. And then afterwards, we're going to take a quick break. You'll take a break to go grab your lunch and then return back to the small group for a small group discussion during lunch. We're going to take about a 30-minute break. We'll be back about 12:37. So members of the public will have a break at this juncture. And so before we stop to break in our small groups, Lisa, I'm going to ask you if I capture that correctly, and if there are other instructions to give to our committee here.
No, I think that that's it. My understanding is that everyone that ordered lunch, that it was delivered. Katie's put the name of the small minority woman-owned business in the chat. We always love to be able to, in a tangible way, support those that we think we can lift with this program too. So I think Brett will go ahead and move everyone into your breakout sessions. Feel free to turn your video off, grab your lunch, take a quick break and come back. Once you're back and you're able to have some lunch, turn your video back on so you have an opportunity to chat with the other members of your group. No agenda, just really being able to connect.
Yep, so it's casual, do what you gotta do to take care of yourself, but we'll see you back, and thanks to Mississippi Chef.
And then people will automatically be brought back at 12:30, right?
Let's do 12:37 to give folks the full 30 minutes.
Okay, perfect.
Lisa, just checking, you're still here in the main room. Did you get an option to switch?
I did. I was just actually trying to figure out a lunch situation. So
Okay.
is it Ilona? I want to actually say your name correctly.
Ilana, thank you.
Ilana. Okay. So did you, I want to make sure that if lunch was supposed to make it to your house and it didn't yet, did you order lunch with the team? Did you fill out the survey?
Yes.
You did. Okay. All right. Let me, do you have a cell phone number that I can reach out and find out where your lunch might be, and I can text you or call you? Okay, great. It's in there. All right.
Okay.
Let me figure that out, and I will connect with you offline. Thanks.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks, Ray. I'll move over to 4.
Okay, thanks. For those of you still in the room here, is anyone having trouble getting into their breakout room? You can send me a message or just unmute and talk now. Thanks.
I left my breakout room too soon.
Oh, we're getting booted.
Yeah, too soon is subjective, I think.
I know, but I got the boot. I did get the boot.
We're back.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm not sure if some of the groups were able to connect and chat. My group, nobody actually put their video back on, so we didn't have much of a conversation, but I did hear that there was some connections that were occurring in some of the other breakout rooms. A couple of us were navigating some lunch order issues. So if we had any issues with you, we apologize. We want to resolve those. Go ahead and send a little message in the chat function directly to Katie Belliconi or Jake, and we will get that covered. We want to make sure everyone has some good food today, which helps us continue to be ready to move forward. So we are going to transition over to some decision making. My friend Johnell is going to lead this section. So
Great.
I will let you take it away.
Well, hope everyone had lunch, those who received it. And as Lisa indicated, those who did not, we will make sure we feed you at some point. So if we can go ahead and populate the slides. Okay, excuse me. So we're going to talk a little bit now about our decision-making process. And in your packets, you received 3 cards, and I'm sure you were wondering, why are they sending me index cards? They look like these. And so we will be using these cards throughout the course of our process. I'm going to talk a little bit about kind of what we mean when we indicate consensus decision-making, and then Greg is going to talk a little bit about what consensus means for our project, and then you'll have an opportunity of helping us think about what does consensus mean individually. We want to make sure that we fully integrate that thinking. Next slide, please. So we, as many of you already know throughout the course of our process, one of the ways in which we were looking to staff up the committees of both the Community Advisory Group as well as the Equity Advisory Group is finding individuals who were committed to consensus decision-making. That the way in which we undergo this process will follow the practice of hashing out disagreements, coming up with better solutions as a result of those disagreements and discussions, and then all living with the final result. So a consensus decision-making means that participants develop and decide on proposals with the aim of acceptance by all, that we are including the input of all committee members, which results in better proposals that helps to address all potential concerns. And that's critically important to note. Being silent on a particular issue, if you have concerns with the way in which we might be progressing, we need you to not be silent, but to actually air those concerns so that as a collective, we can kind of wrestle with it and reach consensus. That it fosters a collegial group resulting in cohesion and interpersonal connection. It's so important. We'll try to do this throughout the course of our process, is to find opportunities for small group relationships. So we want to ensure that we have opportunities of building relationships with one another. That goes beyond our particular title or particular interest area we have, but that we are at the purest sense building relationships. It requires active participation and working through differences. It's fun to think about the word consensus. Is from the Latin word agreement, accord. It's also about making decisions, pardon me, decisions by consensus does not necessarily mean that everyone is in complete agreement, but it's also about wrestling with those agreements and disagreements, but rather that a solution is found that all participants can live with, or at least willing to try. Consensus comes only after open expression of any differences and a look at all alternatives. And we're going to be asking you to help us think about those alternatives as we go through the process. It comes down to really striving to stay focused on the specific task at hand and by following the process steps that we're going to lay out. So next slide, please. So we have in our process what we call consensus cards, and there are two ways to use these cards. One element is for discussions. When we're in discussions, you'll have consensus cards that you can use to really clarify where we are in that process. And I'll talk about each of those next. So next slide. So the green card, if you had a green card, you would raise it and say, hey, Johnell, Lisa, Roberta, I can provide clarification by providing information that I feel is pertinent to a question that has been raised in our community. That's when you would raise a green card within the context of our discussion. Next slide, please. You'd raise the yellow card. Of course, I brought mine. The yellow card, you would say, I have a question or I need clarification. Yellow indicates a member's desire to make a comment or ask a question. So that's when you would raise the yellow card. Next slide, please. Red card, you would say, I have a process observation. For example, discussion is off topic. Johnell, we don't want to hear about your barbecue. You're off topic. It also means stop the process, time out, and indicates a breach in agreed upon procedure. Examples include discussing topics not on the agenda, going over time, and suggesting that a member of the group is being inconsiderate of the group process. It can also be used when a member feels uncomfortable with the way that the process is proceeding, or if they believe that a break would be appropriate. The red card may be raised at any time during the discussion. And so we'll be looking for these cards throughout. Obviously, it's much more easy to do this in a large group setting where we're all in one room. And so, we'll be monitoring both cards as well as the raised hand feature. If you select the raised hand feature, we would ask you to indicate still via the card in terms of the area of concern there. So that's when you would use the cards during discussion. Next slide, please.
Johnell, there's been a comment about visually impaired. And so we had talked a little bit about how to adapt for ensuring everyone can participate.
Yeah, and so I think that's a great question. And what we would ask is for you to say, I have a green card issue or a red card issue or a yellow card issue, or to just feel free to pose what the question or comment is at that time. And so that's how we'll manage that. And that's an excellent question for members of our community who are visually impaired. Please feel free to just weigh in how best is comfortable for you in terms of discussion, as well as when we get to a consensus realm for you to indicate where your positions are from that perspective as well. Did that answer the question, Lisa?
Yep, I think so.
Okay. So the next ways in which we'll use the cards is through at various points when we will be needing to get your pulse on decisions. And this is going to be particularly important as we develop purpose and need, vision and values, recommendations. We will be using the cards from that perspective as well. And we will get you all sort of definitions for each of these as well in your material. So next slide. So similar process, the green card would be, I agree with the proposal, Green indicates agreement with the proposal under discussion. We, as facilitators, will call at various times after there's been robust discussion for essentially a procedural check in terms of a decision. And we will say, now is the time for us to reach a conclusion on this decision. We want to get a sense of where the group is. Green will say, I agree with the proposal. Next slide. Yellow means I have a question that must be answered before I can decide whether or not I agree, whether or not I will oppose. I still have clarifying points that need to be made. That's when you would use the yellow. And then the red card, please, next slide. Red, I oppose the proposal, but I commit to work with the group to find a solution that works for all. Red indicates the members' opposition to the proposal at hand, but their willingness to block the group consensus because of that opposition. When a member or members use a red card, it becomes their responsibility to work with the proposing committee to come up with a solution that will work for everyone. And that's important to note. Red indicates a desire and a need for the person who is raising the red flag to stick with the process, to work with the group, to have their challenges or issues resolved. It does not afford you the opportunity to eject from the process. In fact, the onus is then on you to work with the group to find a solution to your challenge. So that's when you would use the red card. Next slide. So we're going to break out into small group discussions. That's sort of the general framework of how we'll use the cards. Again, for discussions, as well as for when we have a decision before the group. And we'll go over this multiple times until we all kind of understand it. Again, this is just a plant the early seed. There won't be a test on it. We'll work through this. We'll be using these cards a lot. So we're going to have small group discussions. We want to ask you two questions. The first is, what does consensus mean to you? And the second is, how will we create an inclusive climate in our work together? So with that, Lisa, did I provide the context? Are we missing anything?
Well, so a couple things now. I think you did a great job, Johnell. There's a question about if we're undecided. So maybe we're not red, yellow, or green. How do we engage?
Yellow would be undecided.
Okay.
So
awesome.
Undecided is I have a question that must be answered before I decide.
Okay, great comment. I wonder if we should pause and ask if Greg would like to provide any commentary on the consensus model, or if Greg, you might want to wait until after the small group discussion. What's best for you?
I can wait until after the small group. But yes, this is one of the keystones of our processes right here. So we want to make sure everybody understands their role in the consensus model. So.
Okay, well, excellent then. Brett, I think that you are the master of the small group. So when we go into the small groups, a couple of things that I want to mention. We're utilizing a tool called Jamboard. Roberta has introduced us to a way for us to be able to engage. And so here's how this is going to happen. Each group has a member of the IBR program team, and that team member is responsible for summarizing the feedback in the conversation within the group and being able to take some notes. They're going to look like sticky notes that are going to be on what we would love to have, which is a big old whiteboard and a space where we can all be together. But since we don't, we'll have kind of a digital whiteboard. The sticky notes will allow us to kind of summarize what the discussion has been and to be able to ensure that our public sees and is brought with us through this process. So when we return from the small group, the board will be up with sticky notes populated from all of the different groups. And then you'll have the opportunity, we will send you the link for those of you that want to hop on to that Jamboard. You can provide your feedback if you feel like there's another comment that you want to be able to make. This is using lots of different technology right now. And so there is no need for you to jump on the Jamboard if you don't want to. The hope is the small group discussion will allow you to really be able to engage and share your thoughts. So for the facilitators for each of those small group discussions, you should have the link. You can go ahead and bring that up. But I think we're ready to move over into our small groups. Try to pay attention to, sorry, go ahead, Johnell.
I was going to say 1 second. I saw a lot of comments of folks not receiving the cards. It might be in your binder. It could potentially be in one of the pockets. If in fact the cards are not there, we will send to folks cards. So rest assured, we will make sure that you receive the cards. And again, we'll go through this material again before we have to use it. I know I went through that pretty fast, and so we'll continue to mention how to use it.
And I think the suggestion behind the card of being able to put what the cards mean is a great one. So we'll make sure that we have that out to everyone. I just want to also just make one more comment about, you probably heard me say early on, and you're going to hear me say this, that some of us think to talk, some of us talk to think. That means that we want to try and make sure that there's inclusion in our rooms and that everyone has an opportunity to speak. So we'll ask that you pay close attention to that. We are looking for engagement here. We want to be able to talk to each other. So I think we're going to actually need to probably go a little bit longer in this since we're starting a little bit later. So let's take a good 15 minutes to have this conversation. Johnell, do you think we should take longer than that?
I think that's plenty of time. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I think we're ready for our breakout rooms. Facilitators, you know what to do. Thanks, everybody.
So do you want me to bring everyone back at 1:10, or would you like to wait till, do you want to let me know? Oh, you're muted.
Sorry, Ray. I think 1:10 is good. Thank
Okay,
you.
sounds good. Thanks.
Yeah, that.
Hi, that was fun.
Okay, it looks like we have everybody back. One logistical question. Brett, are you able to share the Jamboard? Or Katie?
And Lisa, we just took it in old-fashioned Word doc, so.
Oh, okay. I didn't follow the directions and separate my sticky notes between the first two questions. So all of our sticky notes are on the one board. So who's bringing that up? Or should I? Okay. Johnell, do you want to go through some of these? Do you?
Yeah, so why don't we just start off here? Let me see if I can zoom it up. So to the question of what does consensus mean to us, maybe I'll start listing some from my group and then I'll talk here. It doesn't mean I don't, it means I don't have to agree 100% with an actual outcome. We heard a lot about that. Consensus means that we will support the decision for the greater good of the project. It needs to start with a clear understanding of the desired outcome. It's helpful to have shared understanding of values and goals in order to reach consensus. It means keeping integrity in the process. We will want to look back and know that we brought the whole group together. And to the question as to what does integrity mean? Well, integrity really means transparency of the process. When a question of how do we arrive at a particular decision, we want to be able to clearly articulate how we arrive to that decision. When our communities and constituents ask us how we arrive to the decision, again, we want to be able to clearly articulate that. I'm seeing some other thoughts. It creates a space for people to be comfortable, to be bold. Consensus doesn't mean, again, 100% agreement, but an acceptance of the direction moving forward. Inclusive environment. Step up if you're not someone who speaks frequently, step back if you are used to being heard. Also identify the missing voices who are not being heard. Be inviting and including those that aren't often. That's good. Consensus requires us to return to our core values. Moving forward is necessary, but auditing our process at those moments of consensus checks is vital. Difficult with opposing viewpoints, even after recognizing issues that arise in any decision point, even if counter to your perspective. One person wrote, discussion needs to be documented and reflected in the outcome. So that's part of our process of transparency and integrity. Okay. Be mindful of the group size when seeking consensus. Always share the room, be willing to listen to people's thoughts. Other thoughts on that, Lisa, that I'm not capturing, that you're seeing?
There was some really good dialogue. And I think given the size of this group, being able to come together in a smaller size of 8 people allowed for all of the voices to be heard. We will make this part of what we send out to the group so that you can take a look at it. Katie's kind of showing that we were looking at kind of breaking the questions up into, so we'll move some of the comments that are more aligned with the inclusive climate and send it out. It seemed like the conversation went really well. Roberta, how did the room feel for you?
It felt good. You know, I think what I really liked was in our group that people felt that the dryer is a really awesome dryer. And yeah, and my kid's a musician. But what I think one of the things that was really important around this is being clear about what people want, like what they need to have, so that we're not just fighting for the sake of fighting, but that we are pushing something that's important, that is necessary for the benefit of the collective, and also really seeking to understand each other, and seeking to understand where each other's coming from before we make decisions, so that we can hold each other in this idea around guiding assumptions, and like what are some of our guiding assumptions, and how do we cultivate a culture that can where we can lean in to each other when things get difficult, and that we can have a call in culture as opposed to a call out, yeah, I think those were some of the key takeaways that are rattling around in my mind.
I would say one very tangible piece that we were reminded of in our group, this is Jake, is to try to state our names when we speak for those who are visually impaired, and the software is kind of weird in how it says names. So if we can remember to do that, that's great.
And also one thing that our group talked about was the importance of circling back, that we, as we are beginning to work together, we may say things to each other that cause an ouch, and that people need the space to be able to say ouch. But sometimes it takes time to cultivate trust to do that. So circling back so that people can get their needs met, and that all members of the group can know that we mean it when we say they're valuable and important here.
Great. Those are all terrific comments. Another one was understanding that decisions will be made, and really wanting to sense as to when those decisions will be made and what are those decisions. Understanding that there's a domino effect. How does this particular decision impact future decisions? And so understanding the system from that perspective. So perhaps we can talk about the next one, which is how will we create an inclusive climate in our work together?
I wonder if Katie or Alex or Katie, anyone else wants to share maybe a little bit of insights from their group too?
Yeah.
Sure. My group, I believe we were yellow. This is Katie Bellaconi, so I'm trying to see mine. I only see a couple of them here, but so I'll just read it out. An inclusive climate requires rules when someone is talking, no one else is talking, including those that are shy, and encouraging them to speak. An inclusive climate needs to be part of the norm. People need to be open and understand that an equitable approach may not be something they are familiar with, and be willing to dive deeper, be willing to get comfortable being uncomfortable.
We actually concentrated a lot more on consensus, I would say, and we really delved into how we hope that the community engagement piece is driving the political decisions this time. So that was a really important part of ours. The most important thing that I think came up, though, was establishing from the outset the problem, the facts, and the objectives. So what consensus are we trying to come to? Knowing that that might not be the decision that everyone wants. And the last thing, and I think this goes to inclusion and to consensus, which is that it's really important to explain why a decision has been made.
even if a decision incorporates all voices and all input, it is not necessarily going to reflect that. And so part of this transparency process is explaining why each decision has been made as it is. So those are some of the things that we really focused on in our group.
Great. Lynn, did you facilitate the session with Katie Dye? Any feedback?
I did, but Katie took all the notes. I didn't take any. So I don't know, Katie, if you would be willing to speak up. I can punt, but I think Katie would actually do a better job.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm happy to. So this group had a lot of really great insight, and we had some of the blue notes down here in the corner that you're seeing. So a lot about making sure how and creating space for all voices to be heard and how we're really listening to all voices in order to be moving forward. There was some really great conversation around making sure that we create space for dissenting voices to also be heard and understood, that that they're not just something that we hear and then we move on, that we're taking into account how those dissenting voices are the root of them, why they are really dissenting in the decision-making process, and what we, how that plays into consensus, and then why we are moving forward with the decision-making that we are. So it was a really great conversation. In terms of the inclusive climate, there was also some really great conversation around, the representatives on both of these advisory groups and the voices that they are representing in these communities, making sure that the representatives are not just speaking from their own perspectives, but really leaning on the lived experiences and those of the individuals within the communities that they represent. And also to that point, that they don't represent every single person within those communities, so that their communities are vastly diverse, and to not just rely on those individual representatives for all of the voices to be heard.
And if I can just pick up one point that was said that I think is worth emphasizing, it's that everyone who is participating represents both themselves and communities, whether it's formal or informal. And so that two-way dialogue will be so important as we move forward, and everyone really internalized and externalized that responsibility.
There's just a note about dissenting voices. Lynn and Katie, do you want to just take a look at the chat real quick and just see if in the context of your group, you could share a little bit about what dissenting voices means or meant in the conversation?
So I'll take a stab at it, but I will say that we didn't really work hard to unpack it. I think it's probably a fair statement to say that all of us have different opinions, and on any given point, there will be a variety of perspectives and preferences. I think what we're trying to say is, even though we don't all come to the same place, we can move forward, but there will be people whose ideal preferences are not reflected. And it's important to honor those and work to bring them together with us, not just to dismiss or not acknowledge and recognize that there are in fact differences of opinions that helped inform the outcome. I would ask anybody else from my group, if I missed key point, please weigh in.
Yeah, this is Sam Kim. Just want to say that dissenting voices are actually important in case the mainstream thinking, the groupthink, that particular path fails. Dissenting voices can provide us with options and alternatives, not to derail the decision that was made, but also say, hey, if this happens, then we can do these other things.
So if I can jump in real quick, dissenting voices, and Sam, I agree with you, dissenting voices are critical to making the outcome better. And as I told our team, one of my favorite books is the Abraham Lincoln biography, A Team of Rivals, where he surrounded himself with folks who who just weren't nodding their head yes to him. They were challenging him at all times, and it made him a better president than he would have been if he would have just had people just saying yes to him all day. So we're not looking for folks to just come along and nod at everything that we put in front of you. We want to hear the dissenting voices, but eventually we will have to come to consensus to move forward.
Lisa?
So I don't think it was that profound to
Lisa,
gain
are you
that
still
much
there?
silence.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to unmute, Johnell. That was a drop the mic moment, Greg.
It's like I thought Lisa had left us. It's like she's like, you know, we didn't give you consensus on leaving, so there was no red carpet. So let's talk maybe next about the other question, which is how will we create an inclusive climate in our work together? And so maybe Lisa, if you want to kind of lead that piece.
Irina had a great perspective. Our group 3 mentioned that translation into community languages might be a good reflection of inclusion.
Absolutely. Do you want to? Okay. I see when you mute and unmute, Johnell. We are continuing to translate all of our materials in actually 6 different languages. So we're following some guidance through the LEP, which Jake mentioned what the LEP was, and it's like I've lost exactly what that acronym means.
English proficiency.
Thank you, Katie. So those 6 languages include Spanish, Russian, Korean, Chinese, Vietnamese, and Somali. So it's not every language, but based on the demographic research and the guidance that we're seeing, those 6 are the ones that we have started our program in terms of our translating of materials and offering information sessions in those languages. And we intend to continue to move forward with that as well.
I will say quickly, Lisa, that it's actually for translation purposes, 8 languages, because for Slavic, that's one category that we are doing translations in both Ukrainian and Russian. And then for Chinese, it's simplified and traditional Chinese. Sorry to
Thanks,
jump.
Katie. No, that's great. That's actually even better. So Johnell, you posed a question to me.
Yeah, I was just saying maybe we can talk about that second question, which is how do we kind of create a more inclusive environment? Talked a little bit about what consensus means. The second question was elements that we need to have an inclusive environment. My group talked about, you know, it's also important that we center people in these spaces, that we need to understand that there are people's voices who have not been heard. Being transparent in our decisions and discussions is really important in terms of how consensus shows up. I see a few other thoughts here. Truth behind lived experience should be respected. That's really important. That it's important to ask what is not being asked, what is not being said, who is not at the table as we make our decisions, right? Part of having an equity lens is always posing those questions. Someone indicated that smaller groups are a good place to unpack disagreement and complicated issues, that as we kind of strive for a consensus model, let's find opportunities for small group discussions. So that's a really good point. Representatives should be clear who they are representing. In our group, someone also mentioned that we need to recognize that each member will have different conversations based on the group they represent in their individual constituencies. For some of our committee members, it may be harder for them than others, that in order for them to actually reach consensus, they have to go back to a group of constituents to get concurrence. And that process can take some time and will be harder for some than others. That it's really important that we spend time to know what each member will have to sort of grapple with, why they are needing to have those conversations, and a better window as to the challenges it might be in reaching consensus with various groups. So those are some thoughts that I am seeing and heard. Lisa, are you seeing others?
I think that that's really good. There's so much rich comments that were provided in the small groups and that we see on, there's 3 boards of sticky notes. And so I think at this point, it may make sense for us to really try to take this and incorporate into, maybe I'll do a little foreshadowing. We are looking to put together kind of a commitment of how we work. How do we work together? How do we hear each other? What can we all commit to? And we talked a little bit about those mutual meeting agreements and operating norms. We went very quickly through that, at least with the community advisory group on Wednesday. We've spent more time on this piece because the consensus model is going to be so critically important as we move forward. We want to bring those together and be able to create a commitment and just some guidelines for how we'll work together. This is a fairly large group. Even though we're in 2 separate groups, we still have lots of voices that need to be heard. And I think it's first and foremost significant and important for us to understand what we mean by words and what we're committing to. And so what we're intending to do on the community advisory group side is bring kind of a draft of that, given the feedback we've received, to our next meeting, February 10th. And so between now and then, we are interested in, have you had any additional thinking or some light bulb moments where you think, oh, you know what, this is something that we should talk about or we should include, whether it's relative to decision making or in inclusive climate, which is part of living the values of centering equity that Johnell and Jake reviewed with us this morning. So hopefully that helps kind of at least provide a little bit of a process moving forward, explanation, as well as just really open to having everyone continue to think about this, think about what it means to you and what you need to be able to fully participate in these group conversations. Okay, we ready to transition to another topic, Johnell, do you think?
Yeah, and maybe before we do that, Greg, if you can take a moment just to kind of describe what consensus means from your perspective as program administrator, and you know, sort of the thinking behind that philosophy.
So a consensus model is not an easy model to pull off, but we find that it's the most satisfying model, that when we take it to back to the community and say, yeah, we sat around, we put the pluses and minuses and we came to a decision. Those are the things that folks want to hear, that we are doing it. We are being very thoughtful, and a consensus model is a very thoughtful model. So a couple things that I've heard from folks about how decisions will be made. So the community advisory group will be looking at a number of different issues. The equity advisory group will be looking at that same group of issues with a different perspective. But the power in these groups is consensus. If we take a consensus position up to the bi-state legislative group, I don't think you're going to see a lot of folks who are going to be willing to throw that out and change it. So the power in the group is coming to consensus and finding that common ground where everybody can agree, not 100%, but agree that they see themselves in the decision. So I just want to encourage folks to listen. I think in a consensus model, listening is the key underlying bedrock thing that we all should be doing, and speaking up once you've listened. So that is being quiet and keeping your ideas to yourself because, well, ooh, that might not be a great idea. We need to get over that. We need to have folks putting their ideas on the table. And once again, all of us is smarter than any one of us. So if we all work together, put our heads together, put our ideas on the table, thrash them out, then we will definitely come up with a better solution than any one individual could. So a couple questions that have come in regarding, will the EAG and CAG be asked to find consensus between them or present their conclusions separately? Well, we're going to ask the groups to reach their own individual consensus, and then we're going to compare how that consensus compares to what the other groups have come up with. And that's where we're going to start, where the real work starts of molding and putting those things together to make sure that whatever final outcome, it represents all of the three groups that are thinking and talking on these issues. So I'm very confident that we can reach it on all the tough issues we have. One of the things that I've also heard our folks are concerned about time. It is it's my role and the role of members of the team to make sure that we hit certain milestones for funding, certain milestones for turning in certain documents to federal agencies. So we are going to be aware of time, but we are not going to be handcuffed by time. So if there are issues that are still being thrashed out and talked about, we're not going to call time prematurely. Where we will call time is if it's going in circles and we're not making progress. And if consensus does not get reached, then you are ceding your power to others to make that consensus for you. So my encouragement to everybody is take it serious, find the common ground, put your ego in your back pocket, and let's sit down and let's have some real conversation about what's best for the community. One of the things that's tremendously important in consensus, in a consensus model, is empathy. Being able to take yourself out of your shoes and try and put yourself in somebody else's shoes. So those are things that that we're going to be trying to make sure that everybody is buying into and that they are practicing as we move forward. So with that, I'm good.
Great, thank you, Greg. And as Lisa indicated, we will have more opportunity of unpacking this material. Next, we're going to switch topics. We're going to have Chris Regan present to us material. Chris, I think you're somewhere here. If you can indicate by saying hello.
Hello, Johnell.
Hi, Chris. So Chris Regan is our environmental manager for the IBR program. He is going to walk you through a number of slides. And what we would ask is if let's try to use our discussion cards. Obviously, many of you don't have them. So feel free to use the hand raise feature. And for those who need to, please just go ahead and just speak if you have a question or a comment throughout. This particular presentation is meant to be interactive. It's a very technical material. And so feel free to weigh in. I know we wanted to show a video this afternoon. That video is not quite ready. And so we will plan to show the video at our upcoming meetings, both the CAG as well as the EAG. And so with that, Chris Regan, I turn it over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Johnell. And hello, everybody. Thank you so much for sharing your Saturday with us. My name is Chris Regan, Environmental Manager with Interstate Bridge Replacement Program. I'm going to frame a couple things before I get into the technical details. One, and probably most important, I don't know why, but it always seems like I get this time slot. So this is about an hour after you've eaten. I'm going to put some really heavy material in front of you. I get it. I won't be looking at your eyes. We'll be fine. If you have questions, please reach out. Everything will be great. Ask questions. This is, like I said, technical. A little bit about me. I have been in this arena of the environmental regulations for approaching 30 years now. I hate to say that because you think about it and you wonder where all the time went, how quickly it went. But because of that, I can get fairly technical and lost in my own words. Don't hesitate to stop me if some things don't sound like I'm explaining it well enough. This is wonderful. I've heard so much of the EAG and the CAG so far, and I know some of you have quite a bit of experience, and I appreciate that. Some of you don't. And so I am going to talk to get some basics of what the environmental regulations look like, where we're trying to go. Also, even though I've been with the state for almost 30 years, this is the first time quarantine has afforded me a corner office for the first time in my career. It's wonderful. I also have a number of family here. I love seeing people's family in photos. I say that because sometimes my family has big voices. I've got 5 animals. I apologize up front. We'll do the best. Hopefully that won't become a problem. But typically the animals get to be sided with me. So with that said, I did do some of this presentation this past week to the community advisory group. The equity advisory group has not heard this material, so it will be some refresher for those who just heard it, because again, I really enjoy challenges. But again, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. So with that, if we can get some slides, I don't see slides. Okay, perfect. So when we talk about shaping the program, I'm going to tell you a little bit about our general timeline we have from the program, how it fits within, go into a little bit of details of the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, which is the main regulatory environment in the federal government that helps make sure our projects are reviewed and there's opportunity for public input. And the foundation of a NEPA decision is to define a purpose and need for why we're doing the project, and to assess that purpose and need against vision and values or goals and objectives that help us get to a suite of alternatives that we can analyze a little bit deeper. But before I get into all of that, let's go to the next slide and I'll tell you a little bit of the program timeline. The other thing that I'm going to say up front is that a number of my slides are graphics. And so I'm going to do my best to describe those graphics to ensure that we've got equal access to information. So stick with me on that, please. The program timeline, it's really important when we talk about where we're going sometimes, is to look back at where we've been. So the timeline that we have in front of us here identifies that from 2004 to 2014, there were a number of prior planning efforts done in the specific area for how we were going to cross the Columbia River. In those prior planning efforts, the team before took information from transportation planners in Oregon and Washington and identified a general program area of how to advance a number of problems that we saw. We are in a very unique spot because we've got this 10 years of analysis that was done through the National Environmental Policy Act. It ended with a final environmental impact statement that was signed by the Federal Highways Administration and the Federal Transit Administration, the federal lead agencies, and they published a record of decision in law, in the regulations, identifying a locally preferred alternative and how best to solve the issues. As you can see, there's been a little bit of a gap when that was shelved. There were some funding issues. And about a year and a half ago, the Oregon Department of Transportation and the Washington State Department of Transportation started talking to within their own agencies, with the governor, with the legislature of both states, to try to figure out how do we go about funding a relook at what was done before and how to figure out how to go forward. So right now where we are is we are in the middle of an interstate bridge replacement program planning and environmental effort. We're trying to pick up the work that was done before, and there's a lot of great work that was done before. Figure out what's relevant, what needs to change because changes in context around the bridge, and how to bring that forward to a new final decision for federal highways and federal transit administrations so that we can advance to design and to construction. The community advisory group, the equity advisory group are nestled right there in this planning and environmental effort. We need your input. We need your eyes and your perspective to help get us to the suite of alternatives, and then finally a locally preferred alternative that we can advance into design with our engineers. Next slide. So to understand the role of NEPA, it's important to look back at where NEPA came from. So I told you, I knew it was going to happen. That's our little puppy dog. He's got a big voice too. Let me see if I can kick him out real quick. Hold on a minute. Sorry. So what you see in front of you is a document of the 2 pillars of NEPA. NEPA was signed in 1970. And in 1970, what had happened was there were a number of environmental impacts that our nation was starting to see. And we didn't really have good ways to understand how impacts from our decisions were going to address the environment. The other thing that was happening was the federal government decided that for national defense, we needed an interstate highway program. And that highway program started from the mid-50s into the 60s, started going out and making decisions, and they made those decisions without getting public input or providing an opportunity for the public to respond. And because of that, there were a number of freeway revolts. The picture on the screen here has people with signs on their head that save us from the freeway. This was a sign from San Francisco, but this happened all over our nation. And in response to this, the federal government signed the National Environmental Policy Act that required 2 things. Environmental impacts of our decisions must be disclosed, and they're disclosed in an environmental impact statement. And you must provide an opportunity for the public to engage with the process and to provide feedback before decision makers made those decisions. We're here, I've spent my career because of this law and because this law is carried out on all major actions. Next slide, please. And NEPA is a pretty interesting law. It's something that they call an action forcing law. When a decision is made, federal organizations must go through the National Environmental Policy Act. But within the National Environmental Policy Act, they also have an umbrella over all of the other laws that they must pull in, that we must pull in to make a decision. The Clean Water Act, how we impact wetlands, how we impact drinking water, National Historic Preservation Act, impacts to recreation facilities, bridge permits, something that's going to be very important to us, Endangered Species Act, that includes salmon in the river, how we relate to Federal Aviation Administration, how we affect railroads, Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Executive Order on Environmental Justice, and Jake talked a little bit more about the 3 pillars of environmental justice. All of that is wrapped in to our National Environmental Policy Act review. It will be wrapped in as part of this project. Next slide, please. I guess one more thing too, before I jump into this, have questions, please send them out. I need help. So Lisa or Johnell, please help me see those. I'm going to keep going. In my house, I tell people I can talk or not talk. I think my family can just validate half of that statement. So feel free to interrupt. I'll be fine. So for a NEPA strategy, what are we looking at? We have 10 years of environmental data. That environmental data went through an environmental impact statement and identified what impacts were. It looked how to avoid, minimize, and then mitigate any kind of impacts that might be caused by our preferred alternative. And it defined a number of commitments and constraints that our bridge project was going to encounter and how best to deal with those. All of those negotiations that were done before need to be picked up and looked at. And you heard Bill Eyal from the Cowlitz tribe earlier talk about some of the challenges on the tribal front. Those issues are still out there, and we have to look at that. We have to advance, and we have to ensure that those previously defined constraints that are within our project area are understood, are respected, and we could carry forward as we consider how best to look for an alternative. So what we'll do is we're going to review current context for the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program. How have regulations changed in the past 10 years? What are the funding and transit considerations that we must put into the equation as we advance what our alternatives might need to be? What are the other contexts? How has the project area changed? How have our needs changed? And in the very beginning, we're also jumping into certain long lead permitting. So there's a levee system on the Columbia River. Johnell talked about that before when it broke and caused issues with Albina. That levee system is still there, and we need to make sure that any work that we do to that levee is going to maintain the integrity so that flooding doesn't occur again. We need to deal with navigation on the river. We need to ensure an endangered species aren't impacted from the work that we're doing. Some of these, and we need to start looking at our bridge permit. Some of those are much greater than a typical environmental process like this, and we're going to do our best to start into those as you help us look at specifically how do we refine purpose and need, vision and values, how do we refine the alternatives that we might want to advance to take a deeper dive into environmental impacts. On top of that, you are two of the three committees that we have. We have a community advisory group, we have an equity advisory group, and we're working with an executive steering group. There are some members of that executive steering group or the staff from those members on this committee as well, and it's great that they're here. Our executive steering group has asked specifically to ensure that they hear your perspective as we update purpose and need and establish our community vision and values. We're going to work through some of the details as we're jumping into it. We're going to establish screening criteria and a range of alternatives. Those are places where we need your feedback, and this is an orientation. We're going to jump into it very quickly here after everything's set up to move forward. We're also starting to begin mitigation planning. So we're talking about if we impact wetlands, how do we mitigate for those impacts? And we're starting to have conversations with resource agencies and tribal coordination efforts. So next slide, please. So the graphic here is a graphic of how we're going to advance down our path for an interstate bridge replacement. Something that our administrator reported earlier to the executive steering group is we are shifting gears now. We are starting to rev up, and we're moving, and we're going to move quick. In spring 2021, we will define and provide recommendations on the purpose and need and vision and values. Again, that is the foundation of our NEPA process, considering how things have changed and how we plan to advance forward. At that same time, we're going to start developing screening criteria, and we're going to look at a small set of alternative concepts based on the purpose and need and vision and values that we can advance forward. We will evaluate the alternative concepts using those screening criteria and identify a final range of alternatives that will go into that environmental review process. Summer of 2021 into fall 2021, we're going to narrow that range of alternatives into a locally preferred alternative during the environmental process. And between 2021 and 2024, we're going to advance into final design of the locally preferred alternative. Your work really happens in these next 2 years. It's getting that foundations, it's looking at the alternatives, it's providing perspective on those things that we are going to review in the environmental review process. And when our work is done, our engineers pick it up, they start doing design and leading us into construction. Next slide, please. So far, not a whole bunch of questions. Again, it's wonderful that I've got lunch on my side to slow you down, but again, if something just doesn't sound right, please share.
Yeah, and Chris, that's a good point. Maybe we'll just take a moment just for a second to see if anyone has any questions. Again, feel free to just interject, unmute yourself and ask questions or comment, or use the hand raise feature. And so we'll just sit here for a second to see if there are any thoughts, comments, or questions. Okay, I see that Tom has a question. Go ahead, Tom.
I live on Hayden Island, and we've been told that on the north part of the Oregon side of the Columbia, that they're going to put in more dikes and all, and they're going to fill in that area. Is that your understanding? That on the east end, on the east side of the bridge?
I don't have any specific information on that, Tom. I'm sorry.
That's what we've been told, and that will be a huge thing on the floods and all.
So our team has not heard that. I would assume that that would be the Army Corps of Engineers that would
yes.
be doing any work like that. So we will circle back with them and get that question asked and answered.
For sure. And our process will lead us right into that as well. As we start reviewing how we're going to impact the levee system, if there are changes, they will absolutely bring that forward, and we will bring it into your sphere of understanding as well.
Greg, it's from the river to Marine Drive on the east side, on the down towards all the way past the park where the ramp is.
Okay, we will reach out to them here in the upcoming days and see if they have some major plans, because that what they do, if they're doing anything there, will have impact on alternatives that we can develop. So.
And I see that we have Martha and then Tom Hickey. Martha?
Yeah, on the previous slide, you talked about alternatives in 2 different places, and I wanted to be sure I understood. It sounded like, or it looked like, at the beginning part, is it possible to go back to the previous slide, or that we, yeah, this one. So here's the thing that says evaluate alternative concepts using the screening criteria. Are we developing the alternative concepts in the committee, or are they being presented to us by others? That'd be my first thing. And secondly, it looks like then, because the next bullet point is finalizing the range of alternatives. So we have a big hand of alternatives, and then we have to pull out the ones that would be analyzed further in the environmental review process.
Yeah, great question. Great question, Martha. The process that we have set up in our interstate bridge replacement team have been busily thinking about what are the changes, how would we respond to those changes, how might it change the way that we look at what our program should be. And so there's a number of things that, right off the bat that we might say, previously defined intersections maybe were thought of differently 10 years ago, then we should think about those now. So we're starting to develop what might a new intersection look like, and we might have 2 or 3 different intersection concepts that we will talk about, get perspective, and see how to move forward. We've heard comments in the public sphere about what interstate bridge replacement might mean. And so we're going to look at those different alternatives and see, again, with the existing constraints and within the existing regulatory world, what does that mean? And so as the interstate bridge replacement team is coming up with this initial alternative concepts, so I wouldn't say it's the range of alternatives yet, but alternative concepts, we go through and say, is this something that might be too difficult to pull forward because of previous constraints that we've identified, or that would cause more impacts than benefits that it would provide? We'll forward this range of alternatives against those, against that just kind of known constraints, and then apply the screening criteria with our vision and values work that this group is going to help with to narrow that down further to a simplified range that we will pull forward into our environmental impact review.
Okay, and then my last question is, could you tell us what a locally preferred alternative is and how, just say that, please.
Yeah, perfect. So the typical process for NEPA is you develop your foundational documents. That's what we're talking about a little bit. After you do that, you've got a smaller range of alternatives that go through an environmental impact statement review. And you say, what would the impacts of these different alternatives be? What are the public comments we received? And then reviewing that with our federal agency leads us to between a draft environmental impact statement and a final environmental impact statement. Typically, we would review it and we would say, of all of the comments we've received in assessing the environmental impacts associated with the different options, what is the preferred option to minimize impacts and to best meet purpose and need? And that becomes a locally preferred or a preferred alternative.
I guess I'm confused about the word locally, because that makes it sound like there's a locally preferred alternative and then I don't know, some other alternative.
A farther away, yeah.
Washington, D.C. alternative.
So the other thing that I try not to talk to, because typically people on my team roll their eyes a little bit, is NEPA is a very process-laden law. And within that, there are also specific nuances from different agencies. And actually, the typical term that you see in NEPA is preferred alternative. However, during the Columbia River crossing days, the team had applied for Federal Transit Administration funds, and the Federal Transit Administration grant program is spelled out very clearly in law how we need to treat things. And it was actually a FTA term that had to be pulled into the program. So locally preferred alternative was dictated to us from a grant that we got a lot of money from FTA to do the process, but we had to follow that specific wording.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Okay. We have Tom Hickey and then Jenna Jarvis.
I'm just responding to Tom Gantry's question about the levy process, and I don't think this is really the time to get into the details, but I did want to speak up and say that I have been involved in conversations with the Army Corps of Engineers over the proposed levy upgrade for the last 16 months, and I'm pretty well familiar with where that all stands when we want to talk about it.
Thanks, Tom. Appreciate it.
Jenna?
Thank you. In your historical analysis of where we've been on the bridge, you talk about work that started in 2004, and there was some design work that there was a final design alternative that was picked at that point in time. And I'm curious to know how much of the work that was done previously is being used as a baseline for the project we're talking about now.
And I want to be, clear with words. Words are pretty important. Thank you so much, Jen. Absolutely right. Our legislature actually directed us to consider all of the work that was done before, look at that, understand the context of how things have changed, and our program is to bring all of it, bring the relevant work forward, including work of this committee and our executive steering group to define how do we meet today's needs. So baseline can be seen a couple of different ways. We have 10 years of analysis in these documents, and we have a locally preferred alternative that suggested a specific way of addressing the issue. The first step we really need to do is jump in and do a reevaluation of how much of that is relevant to today's realities. So we would reevaluate it. We would decide, are there things that we need to just think of differently? But how much of this can we carry forward? That's the first big step that we have to take. We've been talking with our federal lead agencies about ensuring that reevaluation would clearly define why we would need to step away from what was done before, and where we need to and why we would need to do that, and document that before we go forward. It's having an FEIS and a ROD is a huge hurdle. It encapsulates a lot of work, and it's something that we need to address as we go forward. So from that standpoint, all of that is pretty much baseline, but we do need to look at, again, the current context. How have things changed? How do we address those changes? How do those changes relate to other things that haven't changed, to make sure that we get the right sized package to go forward as a preferred alternative? Does that help, Jenna?
I think so. I'm trying to decide whether it's going to make it easier or harder, the work that's been done. So
from a technical standpoint, having 10 years of analysis and going through the process of trying to avoid impacts, trying to minimize impacts, and then try to mitigate impacts, that's huge. I mean, that took 10 years to get. So in that sense, we're starting with that. It's going to be easier. Looking at changes in project needs is going to be a little bit upfront work to make sure that we've got the right focus on what the problems are, and that in developing community vision and values, we're having these conversations about centering equity that we didn't have to nearly this degree in the previous work. So there's great opportunity, but we're starting in a much better spot than most projects that are just starting from scratch.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right.
Bill has a question.
Hey, go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on Chris's point. I think the perspective of the sunk investment, I believe it's about $180 million, roughly, maybe closer to 200 by now. And so I think the point I think that I hear from a lot in the community, but myself as an engineer, I don't want to see that go away. And there are some federal obligations that come with it, is my understanding. And so my voice to the legislature and to our Congress and our senators was, hey, we want to preserve as much as possible to protect that investment. And it was very comprehensive. It really was. And it got down to the one or two disagreements and a political decision that I think maybe Jana is thinking about too now. But I think the importance is that so much work is done, and much was defined with regard to the permitting, the height of the bridge, the aviation impacts, the navigation impacts. It's not all perfect, so that's what we have to look at now. And maybe when we get done, Chris will have it all perfect.
Oh, Bill, thank you for that challenge there. I have a hard time dealing with my puppy here, keeping him quiet during these. So we'll see how I do with the rest. We've got an incredible team. We've got great advisory groups. We've got a great steering group. So I'm absolutely confident. Can we advance a couple of slides? Where were we? Up right there. Perfect. So Johnell, good to go?
Yep,
Lisa, good to go?
You're good to go.
Okay.
Yeah, I think because it's about 2:12 and we promised everyone we'd wrap up by 3. If you need to take a quick break, please feel free to go do that and come back. Again, these slides will be made available. We're not actually going to take a break. We're going to finish up. We're going to continue to hear from Chris. We're going to do a little bit on community engagement, but we think this is really important as part of that foundation we're setting as we kind of wrap up our orientation. So keep going, Chris. We want to stay on this.
Great, thanks, Lisa. And so this new graphic slide that we have in front of you here talks a little bit about what we just described, what we just talked about. In the first column, we're going to evaluate prior planning. There was a previous purpose and need that defined the primary objectives, and it defined impacts or the problems in current and future transportation problems and how to cross the Columbia River. It also defined a vision and values. So that was the foundation for developing criteria and performance metrics used to evaluate alternatives. Fast forward 10 years, we're now looking in the middle column, what has changed? So we're using data and analysis. We're jumping in, we're trying to figure out what are those changes? We're reevaluating our previous NEPA work to identify the current context. We still know that the bridge can't get too low because there's navigation on the river. It can't go too high because we're going to impact airspace. We've got a number of constraints. And we're going to ask about community values. What are the values that we need to use to screen this current go through the environmental analysis? And we're looking at planning and regulatory policies and goals that have changed in that time. After looking at what has changed, we then look to seek feedback and recommendations. And we do that from a bi-state legislative committee. We're asking that of the executive steering group, from tribal and regulatory agencies. We've got a community advisory group, an equity advisory group, and we've got community engagement, general community engagement. All of that feedback is going to help us define what has changed, what do we do about it, and then that feeds into the last column, which is how do we address these changes? What is the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program's purpose and need? What is the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program's vision and values? Look at the previously defined transportation problems that haven't been resolved. Look if there's any new transportation problems that have emerged. And then with vision and values, we are going to take the time to define the program success, to reflect the community values, to define those local goals and targets, to create screening criteria. The screening criteria help establish are going to be applied to alternatives. They're going to inform the development of new alternatives and reevaluation of the prior ones, and it's going to identify that locally preferred alternative. Next slide, please. So, purpose and need is the foundation of our NEPA process. The purpose concisely identifies what the proposed action is intended to accomplish. These purpose and need statements should not be too long. And environmental impact statements can be hundreds of pages. That purpose statement is very concise. It's stated as a positive outcome, and it's stated very broadly or broadly enough that more than one solution can be considered. And then we've got needs, statements of need. That's evidence of deficiencies or problems. It explains why the proposed action has been undertaken, and it identifies existing or expected future problems within a defined area. You would answer the question, why am I am undertaking the interstate bridge replacement to solve this problem, to do this thing. And our previously identified purpose and need was, I'm undertaking the interstate, I'm replacing the bridge to solve seismic vulnerability, substandard bicycle and pedestrian facilities. limited public transportation operation, connectivity, and reliability. There's growing travel demand and congestion in the area. Building that new bridge will help address that. There's safety and vulnerability to incidents and impaired freight movement. Those are the 6 previously defined, and our initial conversations with our executive steering group says that these pretty much still are relevant today. Next slide. And then I saw some chats come up, but I wasn't able to read those. So if something comes up, stop me. And then we look at vision and values. Values guide the program development. It's the foundation for developing criteria and performance measures to evaluate alternatives. And typically it's seen as a matrix. Sometimes you can have trade-offs, but it is how well do these different alternatives meet these value statements? Is this something that is better in one than another, but then it sets up a conversation of trade-offs and best approaches to solve the issues or the needs of the program within the community's vision and value statements. So our previously identified vision and values included community livability, mobility, reliability, accessibility, congestion reduction, and efficiency. Identified modal choice, safety, regional economy and freight mobility, stewardship of natural and human resources, distribution of impact and benefits, cost effectiveness and financial resources, and bi-state cooperation. Next slide, please. The previous vision statement read, the Columbia River Crossing vision provides the foundation for developing criteria and performance measures that will be used to evaluate the I-5 bridge influence area alternatives. The Columbia River Crossing Project NEPA process will include consideration of crossing infrastructure, multimodal transportation, connectivity, high-capacity transit, land use, funding, community and business interests, underrepresented low-income and minority communities, commuter and freight mobility, maritime mobility, and the environment. Next slide, please. Lisa took this away from you, and I'll blame it on my puppy. I'll take it out on him later on.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah. So the role of the community advisory group, I'm assuming this is still me. You're going to stop me. Community advisory group and equity advisory group and alternatives development. So the executive steering group specifically asked that you provide some specific perspective to them as our team of engineers and environmental staff develop these concepts to make sure that we meet requirements for the National Environmental Policy Act. We'll develop screening criteria for bridge replacement alternatives. We want your view of those. Bridge replacement alternatives development, we need your perspective. Did we get this right? Is there something else that we need to be thinking about as we look at these alternatives? And then the role of CAG and alternatives development. So next slide. So what is an alternative? Simply put, an alternative is just an option. It's something that we can do to replace the interstate bridge. So for example, one bridge replacement alternative might be a bridge, another might be a tunnel. One bridge replacement alternative might have light rail, while another may have bus rapid transit. One bridge replacement alternative might be a bridge downstream of the current bridge, while another may be upstream. All of those are examples of options that can try to get to the needs for the project and reflect the vision and values. Each bridge replacement alternative has multiple components that can be modified. As we start out with many alternatives, with your input, with others' input, we're going to narrow it down. We're going to get to that preferred alternative during the environmental review process. It's that locally preferred alternative, the preferred alternative, that is going to be forwarded into design and construction. In our timeline says it's going to be about 2 years from now. Next slide, please. We talked about screening criteria, and some of this, again, we're just trying to say the same thing over and over to help understand, and we see things a little bit differently. So hopefully this gets to helps with your understanding. So together we will develop and use screening criteria to evaluate preliminary bridge replacement alternatives. Those evaluation criteria will be based on the purpose and need and vision and values. Our plan, we're going to develop those in spring of 2021. They're going to be used for evaluating alternative concepts. They're going to be developed with the community advisory group, the equity advisory group, and with other stakeholders. An example criterion would be constructability. So the constructability screening criteria would be, we would screen each bridge replacement alternative using questions like, does this require a larger area to store materials and prepare work? How should we consider that? What would be impacts to properties, current transportation systems, or the waterway during construction? How should that influence our consideration as we look at the different options? Will this alternative's materials or components be difficult to procure or fabricate? If this is something that's going to take a long time to get a hold of, is that going to cause impacts to our schedule? And therefore, we need to consider that as we're looking at different options as we go down the road. So Chris, if I can jump in with a real life example that we are wrestling with now, we're looking at whether a submerged tube tunnel or immersed tube tunnel would work as an alternative to a bridge. And so some of the constructability questions of could we keep the BSF railroad in operation for the ports is one of the important things that we would have to wrestle with under that scenario. So that's just an example of an issue that constructability and alternatives where they intersect. Yeah, thanks, Greg. Next slide, please. So the role of the community advisory group and the equity advisory group, again, on this graphic slide, is spelled out. Our program administrator, Greg Johnson, is responsible for decision-making, informed by all the parties and constraints, guiding development of and bringing forward consensus recommendations to the appropriate decision maker up to the level of the governors. The executive steering group, off to the left, is a body that's made up of our transportation partners. So it's our ports, the Metropolitan Planning Organization charged with transportation planning, the cities, and our transit agencies. The advisory groups, your work helps report to the executive steering group, our transportation partners, as well as to the program administrator. You are providing feedback and helping ensure that your constituents and your perspective is carried forward as recommendations are forwarded. The Bi-State Legislative Committee provides oversight and guidance on program development work. We have reports that we make to them. We report to them what we've heard from you, what our transportation partners are saying. How do we do this within our consensus framework? And then there are a number of other decision makers with jurisdictional authority, federal partners, permitting agencies. We're having conversation with tribes, transportation commissions, etc. Next slide, please. So the specific work in a time frame for purpose and need and vision and values. This year, we are going to reevaluate prior planning efforts, look at purpose and need and vision and values, and finalize the interstate bridge replacement program's definition of the purpose and need and vision and values. For example, is safety still part of our purpose and need? If yes, do we mean seismic safety, roadway safety? Are both of them part of that purpose and need? As we go, are there other purpose and needs that we need to pull into this overall statement? As we look forward past this year in 2022 to 2024, ensure that we incorporate purpose and need and vision and values into the interstate bridge replacement program's planning, environmental review, and design. That's our work today. How do we make sure that we incorporate the work that we're doing right now, that foundational work, to move forward? So for example, does the bridge replacement alternative continue to fulfill our purpose and need and conform to our vision and values as it progresses into design. Next slide, please. Is that the same slide? No. Screening out alternative. Perfect. Screening criteria for bridge replacement alternatives. It just looks so much alike. This year, we're going to reevaluate prior planning efforts, screening criteria. We're going to develop screening criteria for the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program. We're going to use that screening criteria to provide input and project elements for multiple alternatives. So for example, how can we integrate purpose and need and vision and values into screening criteria? We'll have those conversations. You'll see some examples. We'll work on this. So right now it's maybe a little bit, it doesn't have a good form. It will as we get into this work a little bit more. In the next phases, we're going to continue to use those screening criteria to evaluate alternatives as they are advanced through the planning and environmental process. So for example, as we develop this alternative, does it still adhere to those screening criteria that led us to select it? Call foul if it looks like we're moving away from where we needed to be. Our job is to ensure that we use that screening criteria helps us advance to a locally preferred alternative. Next slide, please. And as we look at bridge replacement alternatives development, provide input on preliminary concepts for river crossing, including location, operational configuration. How do we want to cross the river? Start thinking about multimodal elements such as vehicles, freight, transit, micromobility, and active transportation options. What kind of high capacity transit are we thinking about? Start thinking about freeway access and local roads access. How do we want to get on and off the river crossing alternative? Those are the questions in front of us. Those are the questions that we need to look at. As we move forward, provide input on the development of guidelines for river crossing configuration, type, and aesthetics. If we choose a bridge, where do we want it to be placed? Provide input on aesthetics, design, transit, local roads, and highway design elements, as well as surrounding environment. How do we want commuters to access transit to get across the river? Do we want a park? An interpretive history site? Where would we put that? What should those look like? How wide do we want sidewalks to be on a certain local access road? All of those decisions, we're going to work with our transportation partners. They will be addressed. We're going to work through the purpose and need, vision and values to create alternatives. All of that will feed into what our final options look like. Next slide, please. So this series of slides here is pointing to specific pictures that help you see generally when we talk about what do we look at when we start developing alternatives. So on this slide, what you see is a drawing of a preliminary alternative for it's a different project, it's not ours. But the concept here is typically what you do is you look from an aerial view straight down. You say, generally, where is this alternative going to be placed? Not a lot of details, but you can see what's right next to it. Generally, how do we think it might want to fit in with existing infrastructure? And this is very early in designing options or alternatives. Next slide, please. As we advance a little bit, this next slide has a picture that shows a little bit more details, things that our engineers start getting really excited about. You've got elevations. You start talking about where are conflicts. You still have the same context of what's nearby. But this is as we advance with our drawings and our design considerations, we start getting a little bit more detail on how likely is this to fit in? What are the things we might need to do to ensure that they do fit in? Are there spin-off impacts that we didn't consider before that we needed to address? And again, the locally preferred alternative will eventually go through this phase and then lead us into design and ultimately construction. Next slide, please. And term of art in engineering, we get to a 30% design of our locally preferred alternative. So the picture on this slide is very detailed. It goes into a lot of detail about how exactly are connections made, how would you stripe a roadway, What are specific elevations next to it, so you know how much cut, how much fill you need. It talks about how do we have specific location, configuration, connection. You get into information about aesthetics, specific types of traffic control structures. It will have details about parks and recreation and multimodal and transit elements. So all of the details just advance through the design as we advance that locally preferred alternative. Hopefully, again, food's kicking in. A lot of information. That's detail. Wanted to give perspective of what we look at, how we look at things, how the level of detail might change. But this is all part of that progression that leads from these initial concepts, the foundation, the purpose and need and vision and values, that first suite of alternatives, refinement, a locally preferred alternative, advancing that locally preferred alternative through engineering concepts to make sure that as we advance, we've thought of everything we possibly can so that we can get to construction by 2025. Don't know how I'm doing with time, but I think
you're doing great, Chris. And you set up a really good pivot for me to talk a little bit about community engagement, because you set up exactly kind of how the program's moving forward, both in 2021 as well as beyond 2021. So while we would typically pause and allow for more questions of Chris, we want to be really mindful of our time. We're at 2:33, and that means that we need to complete a discussion around community engagement within about 20 minutes. So here's what's going to happen. Instead of doing a small group discussion, we had planned to do breakout sessions like we did a little bit earlier. What we will instead do is utilize the Jamboard to go through and just have some kind of open conversation. Before we do that, I think it's important that we share a little bit about what our plans are for community engagement. I, like Johnell, get to wear more than one hat on this program. So in addition to co-facilitating the community advisory group, I have the privilege of helping to lead the communications effort. And so the community engagement program is part of that communications effort. So next slide. Jeffrey mentioned in his intro that we're using both an equity lens and a community lens. And I thought that that was just really well said, because both of those lenses are really important as we look at how we engage with the community. Greg also said that this is not a box checking program, and it is not. And so the way that we do that is we center equity with a promise for creative and innovative engagement. And we include within our community engagement clearly defined values. And those values are on the screen, and they include equity. We have an equity team. You've already met two of our team members, our Chief Equity Officer, Johnell, and our Senior Equity Lead, Jake. You've met our EAG facilitator and our EAG team that is serving on our equity advisory group. We're also including equity leadership within our community engagement team to lead our multiracial, multicultural engagement approach. Our second value is diversity. We're committed to minimizing barriers to engagement and working with community members in ways that make sense and that feel safe and comfortable to them. We will seek out and engage voices who didn't participate in previous planning efforts. We think that that's really critical as we move forward. Accessibility. We want to make it easy for our community to connect with us, whether it be by phone, email, social media, when we can, in person, through our advisory groups, our open houses, our interactive surveys. One of the reasons why our slides aren't sent to you ahead of time is that we want to make sure that they're ADA compliant. And so we're presenting them to you, but it takes us a couple days to make sure the 100+ slides that we presented today make sense and are accessible to everyone. Transparency is one of our values. We're leveraging existing planning work. Having said that, decisions on the IBR program have not been made. We want to make sure that you really hear that, because I know there can be a lot of noise about, this is already a done deal. This is not a done deal. This is really, truly an authentic process that we're bringing the community in. What that also means is that we will be clear with you about why we need your input. We'll be clear about what we're asking for your input on and how we're seeking your input. So I'm not a professional engineer, and I am not involved in helping to make decisions on the engineering side. You won't be involved in making engineering decisions. You will be involved in helping to influence and impact this program. Now, I know there's a couple of civil engineers on this call today, and you probably are more equipped than I am. But what I think is so important is transparency is about building trust, and trust means that we tell you where we're asking for your input and where we're not asking for your input. And there is a lot of opportunity to provide really significant and important input on this program, and to be able to know where we've got experts already in the field that are giving us good guidance. Inclusion is our last value. In order to hear all of the voices in our rooms, in our community, and in our region, we have to listen. And that means that we engage in two-way dialogue. And we know that today there wasn't a lot of opportunity for two-way dialogue. We want to make sure everyone in this room has the same information. Some of you are coming in with significantly more experience and expertise about this program, given the previous planning efforts. Some of you are new to our community and you weren't around 10, 15, 20 years ago when we were looking at replacing this bridge. It's important that we all have that same shared understanding, which is why we really wanted to invest the time to bring everyone up to that same place and to be able to hear everyone. I often say that my greatest tool in my engagement work is my sneakers, because I like being out and in the community. And despite the fact that we have COVID right now, and that does place some restrictions, it doesn't mean that we can't meet our communities where they are. We want your help to ensure that we know how exactly to do that. We certainly have a lot of ideas, but this conversation today should be framed in terms of, what are we missing? What else can we do? Do you have other ideas that we should think about? We never want to come off as telling you that we know everything. We certainly don't. We do want to share with you what plans we do have in place for 2021 in particular. You know, another key component of inclusion is the conversation that we have had over the chat and that we've mentioned, which is making sure that if you're not an English native speaker, that doesn't mean you don't have access, and it doesn't mean that we don't want to hear your voice. We're going to show up actually and be able to translate materials, host sessions where English is not the spoken language in that room. So next slide. Our goals for engagement include seeking feedback from a diverse range of stakeholders, including underrepresented and or underserved populations, embracing innovation, which isn't just about technology, it's also just in terms of what we hear and being able to find solutions. Something maybe as easy as, in order to achieve attending a meeting, I need a bus pass. Let's figure out how we make that happen. Minimizing barriers to engagement, demonstrating accountability through transparency and feedback. So I mentioned transparency is one of our values. So accountability is really what we're hoping to achieve by utilizing our advisory groups. And we intend on having a community engagement dashboard that really does set some of those metrics. But as we all know, metrics around community engagement are certainly not just quantifiable. They're also qualitative. So quantity is important, but I could say there are 67 people on this call right now. Check, we did it. We had a really great meeting. That's not the only way that we measure the success of a meeting. Did people feel heard? Did we get good feedback? Were we able to engage? Have we had meaningful input that helps us move the program forward? So we'll be combining and balancing both of those and creating this dashboard that you'll be able to go to our website, kind of see where we're at. We also want to establish credibility and trust with stakeholders in the community. And we want to provide opportunities to meaningfully shape our program work. I just went through a really extensive and comprehensive community engagement approach in about 9 to 10 minutes, which is not nearly the amount of time I'd like to spend. Can you flip to the next slide here? these are the ways in which we plan on engaging in 2021. So we are planning to have, continue to have the advisory groups. We're gonna do an online open house. It looks a little different than an open house you might attend if you were at a middle school gymnasium, but it'll have some of the same feel. We're going to try and incorporate more video storytelling, and we want to engage on social media. Next slide. We also have multicultural outreach liaisons that are helping us reach communities. We're framing community conversations, areas at which we're having back and forth dialogue with the community. And we have 3 of those main areas scheduled within 2021. We're providing community briefings where we're able to actually share information, much like what we've done today, in a shorter period of time, and then just have some interactive surveying within that conversation. And then we're also going to do just regular community input surveys that most of you are probably familiar with that do provide us really good information. Next slide. You'll be able to find us digital and print advertising. We're gonna give radio a shot to get the word out about the efforts in 2021, particularly around purpose and need and vision and values. We're utilizing our media to be able to create a 2-way dialogue and to ensure that they know that they can come to us for credible information and that we're proactive about the outreach. And we're going to launch a podcast series. So if any of you feel like you might want to participate in that, we would love to talk to you a little bit more. Next slide. This is the plan for 2021. So you heard Chris talk about purpose and need and vision and values. That's the spring. We are launching in February a lot of different engagement opportunities. We're going to transition over the summertime into screening criteria and that initial range of alternatives. That will also include about a month-long intense community conversations. That doesn't mean that we're not having conversations with the community all along, but you're going to see a lot more activity within that short period of time. And the results of what we're hearing being pushed back out to the EAG and the CAG, so you also have a really good understanding of what we're hearing from the community. And then by the time we get to the fall, we're going to start narrowing the range of alternatives. And that will be, again, another month-long community conversation. And we're going to get into some of those details that I think some of us are really anxious to see. But we have to build on purpose and need and vision and values and that screening criteria before we get into any sort of pictures of designs of what this bridge might look like and how it connects. Okay. We have about 5 minutes, which is not nearly enough time to have a good conversation. I think it's important that you had at least some of the background in terms of what we're thinking as we approach our community engagement. So if you could go to the next slide.
Lisa,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
There's some comments in the chat. One of them, are we using women and minority firms for some of this outreach work?
We are, absolutely. So I will just say that our little firm that has been retained on this program is a woman-owned, minority-owned DBE. And we're using other firms like that included in our approach to how we are selecting vendors to actually print the work. So not only the communication strategy, but also the printed media materials as well. Let me see if there's other, well, there's lots of questions. This is fantastic. Okay, let's see. I think there's a question in terms of focus groups, and I think that we do want to utilize focus groups. We also want to engage with our community-based organizations. Now we know when we ask our community-based organizations to help us, that we're also asking them to use their resources. So we're having conversations about what that might look like and how we're utilizing that equity lens to be able to work with CBOs in particular. Let's see. Okay, so there's not all creating slides, a common slide that yes, we will have a common set of slides that will look and feel very similar with some detailed changes relative to the specific topic. We're also going to commit to, if there's material that we need you to read ahead of time, be able to react to, be able to look at in terms of creating some consensus, you will have that a week ahead of time. You'll have the agenda a week ahead of time and the materials. Presentations that we want you to think about and react to, those will be able to show and then send out the slides right afterwards. Let's see. Statistical, Robin, go ahead. Yeah, sorry, Katie.
See if that answers Robin's question too about are we free to share the content we're provided in these meetings with members of their respective communities?
Absolutely, please do. And Katie actually also reminded me that we have a couple flyers that we're hoping you'll help to distribute. One flyer is specifically around the online open house, which opens February 16th, the interactive survey, and then some sessions that we're holding that'll be live sessions, 4 of those within the last 2 weeks of February. So one of those, so a 1-page flyer that just details February's activities. And then a 2-page flyer that actually details what I just went through in a presentation, our approach to 2021 and our engagement. Like I said, we're very open to learning and to listening. And so if there are other things that we should look at incorporating, especially as we start to evaluate what worked really well in this first February kind of intense outreach to the community, then we'll make and modify those throughout our program, because we've got another really big kind of engagement milestone starting early summer.
Jasmine's wondering about the format of the open house, Lisa.
Do you want to answer that?
Sure. As Lisa was mentioning, we have the last 2 weeks of February, really it's February 16th to March 1st, identified as the window that the online open house will be open on the program website. That open house landing page will have a lot of information that tries to introduce the program to people at more of a fundamental level, brings folks up to speed on where we are at with the timeline, and gives a little bit of information specific to purpose and need and vision and values and the opportunity for the community to influence those at this point in the project. After people can kind of look at that material in the online open house setting, they will be asked to participate in an interactive online survey that will be, linked directly there. And that will be the place where people are really asked a series of questions specific to purpose and need, vision and values, where we're hoping to, at the end of that on March 1st, be able to summarize that as part of the comprehensive outreach that we do on this subject to really get some tangible feedback from the community.
Thanks, Katie.
There was
sorry, go ahead, Johnell.
There was a question from Sydney about additional translation, and certainly we can follow up offline. We want to identify all translation access and opportunities. So yes, the answer would be yes, we will figure that out. And how do we engage communities in the online forum if they don't have access to the internet or a device? Questions, thoughts on that one, Lisa?
Yeah, so we will have printed materials in all of the different languages, but Sydney, you've also offered to help us with that, and we're going to take you up on that and follow up with you offline. Any ideas to make sure that we are living those values, we really are open to hearing. Now, I would love for us to engage in a breakout session. I would love for us to have a conversation about the questions here, but it's really important to us that we meet our promise of only keeping you until the time that we've designated, and it's been a full Saturday. So what I would like to say is we will start with these questions at our next community advisory group meeting. Keep in mind that some of that engagement will already have launched, but we are interested in your feedback. If you have anything immediately that you feel like, gosh, I really hope that the team is thinking about this, or I have a question, or I have an idea, please reach out to us. We would love to hear from you. Roberta, I think I'm going to turn it over to you rather than open a Jamboard at this point, given our time.
Great, thank you, thank you. All right, so we have 9 minutes left, and we are very interested in hearing what worked well and what can be improved. So please share anything you have with us in the chat or by email. And I want to firstly have our first I want to thank our co-chairs, Ed and Lynn, for their work with us, and to offer just a quick reminder about upcoming meeting dates. So our upcoming meeting dates, we have the Community Advisory Group is meeting February 10th, 4 to 6 p.m. And the Equity Advisory Group is meeting on February 25th from 4 to 6 p.m. tentatively.
Sorry, Roberta, that is most definitely not going to be the date. So stay tuned. All of you EAG members who have filled out the intake survey has a question about best times. If those of you that haven't can fill it out, and we can pick the best time for everyone.
Great, great. So everybody, please fill out your doodles. And I think the other thing that we, Tom had do we have a contact sheet to reach out to facilitators? You do in your binder, and it has facilitator emails in there. And I would like for us to have some closing words from our co-chairs, Ed and Lynn, and for us to have Greg give us the final word. So Ed and Lynn, will you all bring us home?
Do you want me to go first, or where's Lynn? Well, Lynn and I didn't flip a coin to, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Lynn and I did not flip a coin to see which one of us would speak first, but I'll do it. And I just want to say this has been a day worth of time well spent. I know that there's a lot of questions that are going to be coming up, and Lynn and I are going to get together. We haven't decided on a date yet to debrief, but I am so pleased that you all were able to join us today. I think I've learned a lot just listening to all of you and being involved in the breakout session. And this is just, I appreciate the staff, all of the work that you did today, and just giving us this much bigger picture for all of us. So I'm ready to go, and I'm going to pass it over to Lynn for her comments. And let me tell you, Lynn can break it down when it comes to closing it out. So you got it, Lynn. I put you on the spot. She's going to break it down for you, okay?
Well, I will just reconfirm what Ed said, not about me, but about the project and the team. My sincere hope, the reason I wanted to be a part of this is because we are one community. We do have a river between us, but we are, in fact, one community. And so my hope is that we can model through the consensus model and inform a mega project that is challenging in many, many ways. None of us are saying this is going to be easy, but I heard all of us saying it's important, and we want to be part, and we want to help, and we want to work toward consensus, and we want to optimize all of our outcomes. So I just want to thank you. I am so much more hopeful than I was even before after having the time with all of us together today. And I just want to express on behalf of both Ed and myself and the project team. Thank you.
And final words from our program administrator, Greg Johnson.
So I'm not going to be duplicative of what everybody else has said, but I do want to thank everybody for giving of your time on a Saturday. I know everybody has busy lives, but this is important and we need your voice to be heard. So once again, thank you. I look forward to working with you in the upcoming weeks, months, and years. So thank you.
All right. We're out. Good job, everybody.
Bye.
Big work.
Thanks, everybody.